Welcome to some jazzy fine. Here we go. But howdy, everyone. Thank you so much for stopping by. Howdy, Caddy. Howdy, Zach. Howdy, Gamer. Howdy, Era. Thank you for being ever so fun. Here we go. We spin in circles for the next potentially 5 hours or so. And hopefully a dang Larvitar finally appears before us. That would be heckin' lovely. And we'll see also what new music ends up actually getting played. Because I've added a decent chunk of fancy stuff, or not fancy stuff, of new stuffs to this playlist. So we'll see what ends up showing up, because this playlist is nearly 2,000 songs. So even if I added like 100 songs, it's still be like a 5% chance to get played. Picked up a Fire Emblem bundle today. Nice. Nice. Hope you enjoy it. Well, I hope everyone had a good holiday. Or what one could define as a holiday. I kind of haven't done anything since I took since my days off. Pretty much haven't done a lot of things. Just played a lot of games, which feels great to finally just play things for the sake of playing them instead of streaming everything. As well as just to give myself a small respite. Since basically once the New Year's hits, I'm gonna have to start like going hard with job applications and job searching and stuff. So, hooray! So I'm trying me best to enjoy. This time off. Find it easier than I have. I hope so. It still stinks that you haven't been able to find anything. And I'm really hoping for better than my last time. Yeah, and we'll see how things pan out. Because current state of mind is it's gonna be a tricky situation when it finally gets to it. So Jesus Christ, Hatch, bastards. There we go. Because my contract is 12 to 15 months. I started at the beginning of March. So my contract could be up as soon as that or later. Or like up to April, May, June, the beginning of June. But my lease on this place ends at the beginning of May. So like my head is all in trying to figure out what the heck do I do for all the different scenarios that can happen. And it's mostly best, I guess. I mean, obviously the best is like I start job hunting and a place hires me and I move accordingly. Because that would be the most convenient way. But I need to plan for the other eventualities too. And I have rough ideas in mind. They're gonna be tricky, but I think they should be able to pan out with how everything's been going and with my track record of things. Eight more. Especially savings one, because I should be getting, hopefully, taxes get to be nice and light, and the tax returns get to be nicer next year, given everything that's happened. But I should be set for whatever I end up doing. And I'll be doing things a bit more preparedly than I was before. The last go around when I did my big ass trip and then figured things out. Figure things out slowly. But yeah, once the new year's hit, I'm gonna have to really kick job searching full gear. Hooray! Which I'm not sure yet what that's going to do to stream schedule. I'll have to kind of try it out the first week, keeping stream schedule to normal and see if that's an appropriate level of time. That I can add in. That I can add in the job hunting into everything that I'm doing and have it not be devastating to my schedule. Two more. And we've already got to do bridge runs because these things take forever to hatch. Bridge runs! Hooray! These Larvatars take so damn long to hatch. As soon as I getting back into the swing of this, I'm just like, I feel sorry that I've now signed it up K-Mac to shiny hunt Metagross. Or technically a Beldum. It's like, no. I hope she finds a good way to keep sane while doing it. And then also we'll see how things go tonight. K-Mac may join in on the shiny hunting. May not. Depends on how she's feeling after work today and how she's feeling about work tomorrow. Because, yeah, she picked up Saturday and Sunday shifts. So she might be a bit tired. you though? What are you doing? What are you doing, puppy? Huh? You relaxing? Gosh dang it. Got hacking fun. I'm gonna blame it on the fact that I'm getting used to it now being winter. Like full-blown winter now. Because of the dang blizzard on Wednesday, and now it's been consistent freezing, so this snow is not going anywhere. So it's get to deal with winter for the next few months. Hooray! And I'm not looking forward to it. I'm so tired of winters. The big ass winters. Dry as hell outside. Snow makes walking Riza a big pain. Having to deal with the actual cold, and then when the wind decides to kick up and make the wind chill really far negative. All right. Hopefully, I won't have to deal with another winter like this, and I'll be moved by the next winter. Started FF7R and about to fight the first boss. Nice. Even though I just started Kingdom Hearts 2 again. Yeah, well, you'll probably be able to breeze through Kingdom Hearts 2, seeing as how you already know it. Versus you're learning a bunch of stuff with 7 Rings. Decided to refresh your memory with Bayonetta to test out your Wii U control. Are you using the actual control, the touch controls that they implemented into the game with the Wii U, or just button presses? Because I know that was a thing back when Bayonetta 2 released on the Wii U. It is. Every time I pick up that Wii U controller again, it's just like, oh, the gamepad. It's like, oh my god, this thing sucks. Barry puts it pretty succinctly. It's just like, this feels like a Fisher Price toy. This is a kid's version of a tablet. Just feels cheap. Third-party Pro style controller originally played with the game. What are you doing? Hey, can you get your butt out from underneath the desk, please? Please, Riza. Oh, also a thing that I'm testing today is Streamlabs is still trying to figure out what the heck is going on with the dang memory leak issue. So they sent me a previous version of Streamlabs to run. Hopefully that didn't. So I'm currently streaming off an old version of Streamlabs, just to see if it's something in one of their updates that was the thing that caused it. So I'm just keeping an eye out for that memory leak still. And importing a new external drive as well, because apparently the Wii U is bad with USB devices. Oh, lovely. Oh, hi, Cam. Thanks for stopping by. Also, hi, Sarah. You're sleepy? That's understandable. You did have to work more again today. Almost as if you're one and the same person. Dun, dun, dun. And tomorrow, too. Yeah. Yeah. So do what you gotta to have an unwind and relax for the fact that you have to work again tomorrow. Hooray! Or as if you're hanging out. That's also a potential thing. Wake up before the sun tomorrow. Hooray! Apparently can't generate enough power for the devices, so it often just crashes the whole console. Oh, good. So what, you would maybe have to get a USB hub that has its own power source in order to have it work with the Wii U? AC powered external. Ah, okay. So heck you can. How dare you? Sorry, go to how dare you? What are you doing? How dare you? Both being butts. Okay, Mike, thank you for gifting a sub to Sar. Sar, thank you for gifting a sub to Grant. I appreciate it. Oh, I'll just move the other drive to your PS3. Nice. I was just like, I've been hearing this song too much recently, and that's just from doing Kingdom Hearts randomizer runs. Thank you, song. I think it'll be a fun one. I think it'll be a lot of fun. I need to get used to a different tracker, though. There's a tracker that's like more specific to the hint system that we're using. So I need to get that set up in Streamlabs and then figure that out, how to use it appropriately. Also, first night of the night wasn't shiny. Hooray. So yeah, I did another run today. I didn't finish it because I basically just ran out of time and I had to walk reset and stuff before stream. That one was rough. I like didn't get proofs or anything for a very long time. Have a good one. To track how many important items you found, or is that still by hand/memory? The tracker that's more specific to the hint system, like you can track the important items. Like it has the important items like listed down below. There's apparently only 51. And what you do is you like drag them to their respective world when you find them. And then it'll increment the important number counter. And then once you unlock the hint appropriately, then it'll if you collected one in that world, it'll say 1 out of exactly how many important checks there are. It just works functionally a lot better than the track, or it works a lot better in conjunction with the hint system than the other tracker that I was using. The other tracker that I was using looks really nice, but I did basically have to either remember or write down the important checks, which I was just trying to remember. And because I didn't finish the run, I just decided to peruse through the spoiler log to see what the final proof I needed was. And it was like towards the end of the Cavern of Remembrance. And I was just like, yep, I wasn't going to be getting that anytime soon. So I was like, heck it, it's fine. Moving on. But I should probably do like one other, even if it's just like just the beginning of another run tomorrow, just to get some practice in run of using that other tracker. It unfortunately doesn't track as many smaller details, though. Like, it's very specific. Like, these are the important checks, and these are and where they are located. So yeah, it just works really well for the exact important things that the hinge system is running off. So I won't be like marking off this is, so it won't like, actually it will kind of show what I've gotten. It just like, actually no, never mind. Cause like there's two windows with the new, with the other overlay. One is where like you're literally like, this is what I got. I drag it over to that world and that's where I got it. But then there's an actual like on-screen browser that better surmises where I'm at and stuff like that. So I think on screen, I think it'll be fine. Yeah, broadcast view, basically, yeah. That'll, yeah, like highlight stuff in, so it's like darker colored, and then once I get it, it'll be brighter highlighted. Yeah. The only thing there, the only thing that it's missing for me personally, and now that I'm thinking about it, I might end up just I don't know if having both trackers up is gonna help me, because it's just gonna bog me down. It won't help me remember how far I've gotten in various worlds. Is the only thing it won't help me remember. Yeah, the other tracker lets me like be like, I've gone through Agrabah 1, Twilight Town 2, got part of the way through the Halloween Town just to get all the treasures, and stuff like that. And that's nice to have marked down. But the new tracker does not have that. So I'll just have to keep my memory fresh on that one. I wouldn't have the tracker on stream if I had. I would just have the broadcast view of the new tracker. It would be too much information if I had too many. Particularly at the map tracks for Kingdom Hearts 2 and a bit more. Map tracks? What do you mean map tracks? Map trackers. Still not sure what you mean by map tracker. Like the in-game maps, or they show like a world view and highlight where the chests are with an icon. Oh. So base, usually with a description of each chest. Ah. So yeah, so basically what I'm picturing is the 2D maps that you find in game just like blown out so you can see the entire map, and then they had just added icons of like, this is where each treasure chest is located with a brief description. That is a handy one. I found something today to just help me remember where some things are, which is very nice. It's just like very succinct. It's like, because the game has the inbuilt or built-in treasure tracker with Jiminy's journal, basically assigning every treasure chest a number, and then there's looked up a final mix treasure locations, and just like there was someone who had a very succinct list of like, these are the treasure numbers in each world, and here's a very quick, like, this is the room that it's in, and a brief description of where it is. It was very well built, or not well built, but well written. Like, everything is literally just like one line. The only downside, yeah, is simulated Twilight Town. The simulated Twilight Town does not have any tracking to it, and I always feel concerned going into there to be like, did I miss treasure chests in simulated Twilight Town? Because I still don't know how well the randomizer lets you backtrack through that area once you get to a certain point. You might just have to finish there, and then they just weirdly give you an unlocked version of it. Because there's just so many different states that prologue Twilight Town is in, that like cardons off a bunch of different areas all the time. I just don't know which state it's in, and also I don't really know where all of the simulated Twilight Town chests are. I know of like the 6 or 7 that are in the mansion once you get there, but the other side of town has a few treasure chests, and I don't remember where they are, like every single time. Tractor. Ah. Neat. Zoom in on it. It's weird that they... Okay, so the description is literally just like, this is the room where it's in. They didn't have to be that fancy with it. Okay, so there's only 3. Yeah, so there's only 3 in the other side of town. There's a check in the memory. Where is 21? Basement corridor, yeah, right before Sora. The lab, before the lab. There's 2 checks in Nominee's room? Uh-oh, well. I have... Wait, no, it's not Nominee's room. Oh, that's the little treasure room underneath. Never mind. Okay, so I think I've been getting all of them. Need to remember that there's only 3 in that other side of town. I know where all of them are in the main, stuff like that. Thank you for the reference. Hi, Quetzalcoatl. Welcome. Indeed. Back to the shiny hunt mode. Of spinning around in circles and praying. Also, at the moment, we're 35 minutes in and no memory leak. So it very well may be something with the update that StreamLabs put out that just weirdly janked with something in my system. Oh, that was 5. Hi, Stitch. Thanks for stopping by. Map trackers are real good for learning Zelda games, so the maps can get a bit hectic in bigger games. That's fair. Yeah, like there are some that are like very interactive too. Like I think there's, at the very least, from what it sounded with Barry when he was doing that Ocarina of Time randomizer race, that whenever he got an item, he clicked that he got that item, and then the game basically lit up what are the other things that you now have access to. Which is like as convenient as it goes. Basically not building upon, but basically a similar concept to like Game Maker's Toolkit, and the diagrams that he made when he was doing his research on like Metroidvania or Zelda dungeon design, being like, this is what you need, or like, this is what you need to get these items. and like building out like a map that's literally just like, these are the requirements, what do they lead to, what do those things eventually also lead to, and stuff like that. It's a very different way of looking at the design, but really neat. Link to the Past randomizer trackers, robust. I have not seen that one. Mostly because I would probably never play the Link to the Past randomizer. I've never beat Link to the Past. I've seen too many speedruns of it that like I can't even play it casually. Because I'm just like, I know too many things. And I'm just like, I know too many things, and at the same time don't know enough because I actually haven't done it myself. But that would be in me. If I had more experience with it, I would have. When they came out with the Link to the Past and Super Metroid combo randomizer, just the fact that even exists is so fascinating. Having to go back and forth between the games to figure out where you can progress in either to potentially get an item to proceed in a different game is super, super fascinating. Tend to get most support generally. Yeah, that's fair. Zelda is a very, very, very beloved franchise. Especially amongst the speedrunning community. Link to the Past and Ocarina of Time have very wide-reaching categories and multitudes of people playing it still to this day. Wind Waker had to use a browser tracker because they never programmed in a no sword run. That's right, you don't even start with the sword in Wind Waker. You get that after a little while. Also, when you finally have, or when you're playing a game where your most basic form of attack is no longer there, you're just like, you really don't have to fight a majority of these fights. You can just ignore so much. Which still is, I'm still slowly getting used to in Kingdom Hearts. For the most part, it's just like enemies appear, it's just like ignore them. They're not treasure chests, they're not checks. They're just in the way. Unless they're good XP, then you might want to take out a few. Well, time for a sequence of 10 nices. Please, Larvitar, be a nice shiny for me. I would sincerely appreciate it. So 12 more eggs I can gather before I do more bridge runs. And I'm actually glad I did Kingdom Hearts 2 randomizer practice today. Because when I was rolling through things, like a lot of the hints that I got this time around were like, this place has almost no items. This place has almost no items. Has like 1 or 2 important checks. So like for the longest time, I just ignored them. And then I'm just like, wait a minute. If that area is fast and there's only a few checks, or there's only like 1 or 2 checks there, then I can just hop in there, play through it real fast until I find the check, and then just get out of there. And never return. Because there's guaranteed nothing else there for me. I'm just like, like my head was just immediately thinking, just like, there's almost no checks there. Don't bother with that place until the very end. But I'm just like, but if it's something that I actually need and it's fast and I can get it early on, hopefully, then I can just get it in peace. Which is what ended up happening in Land of Dragons. I forget what Land of Dragons had, but like I had to climb up to the village on top of the mountain, and I got the important check. And then I'm just like, okay, cool. Never coming back here. Goodbye. Hi, Juice. Thanks for stopping by. It's a neat way to influence the player's direction instead of just go to a random area and hope for the best. Yeah. In HTU as well, Juice. Because yeah, the hint, I like, now that I'm running with hints rather than just going to an area, seeing how far I can get. Well, critical mode was like going to an area, seeing how far I can get. What random ass boss am I gonna have to try to beat at critical difficulty? Versus now it's just like I know my way around the map. I have a good idea of where difficulty lies, and stuff like that. And then now having a hint system to be like, to nudge me in certain ways, and depending on how I interpret that hint, nudge me in slightly different ways than maybe Dan would interpret it. Nudge, nudge. Come on, Larvitar. I just want a shiny one of you. I would genuinely appreciate it. Greg did this. Yep. This is Greg's fault. 100%. And he'll say it's my fault because I beat his Larvitar. And I'm just like, well, you didn't have to put in a shiny hunt or make a self-promise to yourself to make me get a shiny Larvitar if you got... Or if I beat your Tyranitar. No, I don't doubt that. Or I don't think that's his username. Weird. We're 45 minutes and still no memory leak. And honestly, the memory usage of Streamlabs is like steadily going down. Which is interesting. Was at about 600 megabytes and now it's sitting at about 540. Oh, I actually had the perfect amount of eggs there. 5 more. Greg will be held until he can change it back. Yeah. If he would change it. And unfortunately for Greg, the username actually, that's just the name Greg, is actually a fairly popular streamer. So he'll never actually get literally the name Greg. I said no such thing, Stitch. Well, now Juice said it, though. Wow. I'm not sure if Stitch is being honest. McCrimus, it was a whole lot of not much. Had a brief video chat with the family and that was the majority of it. And I had a brief video chat with K-Mac before after she got home from, like, I think she worked like 11 hours on Christmas. Then she got back home and then like had to eat, get ready for bed, and then wake up to do today. And she's basically doing the same thing for tomorrow. So we got to have a brief chat. I'm sure it's not the first time that she's worked on Christmas. Disney's just, the park is just open on Christmas. Oh, she's getting paid. I think she's racked up a good amount of overtime and the holiday pay. Like it'll be a lot. This week's check and her next week's check, which she's also working on New Year's Eve and New Year's Day, though I think only New Year's Day counts as a holiday as far as Disney's concerned. But she'll have very good paychecks the next 2 weeks. Yeah, other than that, I just kind of chilled. Just chilled on Crimo. Worked on some stuff. Got VODs uploaded. Figured out randomizer stuff to and then stream that. That was basically it. Kind of been using this extended weekend as I'm gonna just not do anything this weekend. I might do a few things tomorrow. But then the following big weekend, which I have Wednesday and Thursday and Friday off next week as well, is gonna have to get used by me. Getting my resume fully updated and getting it uploaded on all the dang websites and setting up daily emails of what new jobs are posted and getting back into that phase. Every day during Christmas session of your week feeling like a Sunday. That sounds rough. Also, we didn't get a nice Larvitar. Frustrating. Contract's out? Not yet, but soon. Soon, and I don't even honestly know how they're gonna handle it when it technically reaches its end date. My plan is to hopefully have stuff in motion before it ever reaches that point. Because it is a contract, but it says like explicitly in it, it's just like, yeah, you can leave and it basically turns it into a right to work situation. Just be like, either party can cancel the contract however they see fit and whenever they see fit, which is freeing and also terrifying. But at the moment, they have no reason to let me go. I'm doing too much stuff for them. I'm doing a good enough job that I haven't really heard anyone complain, so. But yeah. We'll see how things pan out, but like at the moment, it's basically when not April specifically, but my lease here is up in May. My lease is up in May. And at that point, I'm my current headspace is just like, even if I haven't appropriately found a new job yet, is to move anyway. I have a large chunk of savings. I'll get a temp job right after I move, and then keep working on getting another engineering position if I haven't gotten it by that time. That's the current thought. I need to double check my thoughts on that. Also, hi Weaver. Thank you for stopping by, and thank you for that follow. I appreciate it. Just started Pokemon Shield. What evolution should I get? Whichever is your favorite. That's basically my recommendation. If you have a favorite, you have the opportunity in this game to acquire more than one. In fact, you can get as many as you want. So you can get all if you so desire. But in terms of skill, and which ones are best. The only one that like has a poor move set with like Flareon and Vaporeon. If you're gonna go between those two, just in terms of strength of the Pokemon, Vaporeon is stronger than Flareon. Because Flareon is very physical based, but doesn't learn many powerful physical moves. So all of its really high physical attack kind of gets wasted, which is very unfortunate. I like, in terms of my personal favorites, I would either go if you want the ones that I like Glaceon, Umbreon, and Espeon are my three favorite ones. That I would always go with either Umbreon or Glaceon first, just because I think there's too many. There's a bunch of other psychic Pokemon that I like to use. Gardevoir and Hatterene are really great choices for psychic types. Use your Dawnstone on a Snorlax. You might be able to find some more Dawnstones as well. Yeah. Design-wise, Flareon's pretty a basic evolution, but I like Flareon's design a lot. Vaporeon, I don't know. I think I'm just like not the biggest fan of mermaid type designs or adding mermaid / fish elements to other creatures. Like I recognize Vaporeon as neat, but like not like that standout to me. Notably prefer mermaid over. Okay, but what if we made it red? It's fair. It's fair. Flareon is a basic upgrade. It gets more floof. The floof turns red / orange and starts to take on a little bit more of a fire-like shape. But I still like it. Comic someone did of a Vaporeon and Eevee Baby where they floop up the fur like an otter so it'll float while the mom hunts. There's a lot of very cute drawings. Very, very nice. I'd say you also don't have never mind. That one might be a bit of a spoiler. But there's a multitude of ways to get Pokemon in this game versus previous ones. track is a little quiet. Found it? Sure. You can go ahead. I appreciate the ask. Mom takes her grown pup into the open water. Surprise for him. Now he's all alone. His mother has fluffed him up so much he's unsinkable. Can't do much but go around in circles. Cute. Also with Streamlabs helping me figure out this memory thing. It is neat that the older version of Streamlabs that they sent over was its own install, but it grabs all of the information from the regular Streamlabs. So I didn't have to like redo any of my settings or anything like that. Basically, I have two programs now that pull from the exact same information, or pull from the same like settings that I've set. Very convenient. That's all I had to do was before I hit go on here, it asked to update, and I was like, no, the entire point is that this is the previous version. But that'll actually be exciting if this continues to not have any memory leaking issues. Which means at the very least they can determine something that changed from this patch to the next one. And that can help them narrow down what the issue was and potentially finally get me a more defined solution, rather than at the moment being to end the task prematurely 3 times. That's the only way I've been able to get it to stop, which takes like 2 hours into stream to be able to, for it to get high enough for me to notice it and then to cancel it. Oops. 16 plus. Come on. Uh-oh. Did I speak too soon. Memory's starting to go up a little bit. I should stop staring at it. Worry about it if it decides to do the minor crash. I picked it. Thanks for stopping by. Arrive late to the Shine Hunt with popcorn. Nice. Is this a, would this be considered something to sit and have popcorn for? Shiny hunting? Whenever I think popcorn, it's just like you're having a dedicated sit-down time. Either movie or TV show or something like that. Is that something that a shiny on the stream would be? Initially, my head is thinking, nah. Yes. I suppose the perception would be very different on the other side versus oops. The perception of watching the shiny hunt happen versus versus being the one doing shiny hunting instead. Oh, heck. Can't be this kind. How dare you? How dare you? Hi, Greg. Thanks for stopping by. When the luck is bad. That's also fair. Every shiny hunt stream is spent under a blanket with a snack. It's a ritual at this point. I suppose. I don't know what type of rituals people have gotten into as I've been doing these shiny hunt streams literally all year. Although not as often in the past few months, in part just because I've been keeping myself distracted with various ideas and various things popping up with streams with others. But we'll get. You know what we got in stock right now? We ain't got shit. Who was on task for ordering stuff, and how was it not in line with what was expected? Also, are people? I suppose people would be ordering pizza now, or just like this weekend. Can't do popcorn at the computer because I become really conscious of my buttery hands. That's also fair. That's very fair. I eat at my computer desk almost constantly, and yeah, I do have to be aware of if I'm just like at my computer desk just watching something while I'm eating, I'm just like, just don't type anything. Because it becomes so incredibly obvious which keys you've typed if your hands are like greasy. Use laptop for snack person because she's very old. If it's beyond the point of caring too much about it, then yeah, that's another thing to consider. Oh, I would definitely do that if I would break out my old laptop too. My 2000. When did I get that? I got that for Christmas on Christmas 2008 is when I got that laptop. And that lasted me through most of college. Also, good night, kid. Thanks for stopping by. Get yourself good sleeps. Love you. I'll do my best to get the shine. And by doing my best, I will randomly generate these Pokemon and pray for good odds. Oh shoot, where's that egg? There we go. That would have been bad for my organization. Also, Sarah may consider a point in the future having a rematch or a retry at the Final Fantasy VII race. Or we might just have to figure out a different Final Fantasy to race in. Could try to Final Fantasy X race, to be honest. It would just have to be like accustomed to the fact that we can't skip the cutscenes. So there's just going to be a lot of long breaks. These nursery workers don't seem to realize the Pokemon are fucking. I think they technically their reason or the excuse they come up for the Pokemon making eggs is that they like just get close to each other or like become attached to each other. And then just an egg appears. It doesn't come out of anywhere. It doesn't grow. It appears. We pick it up where I left off or restart. I would assume restart. But I don't know. I don't know. We'd have to discuss it. Want to tell a kid that their Pokemon are fucking. Don't want to. No, they just want to tell them. It's like, the Pokemon right there, you know where those eggs come from, right? That's right. They fucking. Actually come in groups of 5, but they pocket 4. You know, Wailord and Skitty are in the same egg group. Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's true. It actually is true. You can successfully, as far as this game's concerned, you can mate a Wailord with a Skitty. And you'll get an egg. Kind themselves if they want every new pro tag trainer to be 10 years old, because with timelines and years they talk about this trainer and Hop are like at least 14 if not 16. I have no idea. I just know they're expected to be in the range of 10 to 17, mostly sitting at like 13.
Just like that, they're gone. The river always finds the sea, so helplessly. Like you find me, we are paper boats floating on a stream. Never seen, we'll never be apart. Like it's written in the
Yeah, I don't know exactly what the canonical age of the protagonists are actually. Your favorite Lion King 2 character? I don't remember anything about Lion King 2. That's just a giant blank space in my memory. I think I saw it, but I haven't watched even a Disney movie in 8+ years. Direct-to-video Disney movies don't exist and they can't hurt you. I think, I think it was Aladdin 3. I think that's the one I remember watching. I forget, like, everything that happened in it. But I remember that I saw it. Cinderella 2 is when I knew Disney sequels would never be good. There was a Cinderella 2. I don't. Someone's just gonna have to find a list of what are the direct to DVD or direct to VHS Disney sequels. WHS, the more advanced one. A sequel to an old story with a finite ending? Yes. I don't think Jafar was in Aladdin 3, if I remember correctly. Oh, gamer's already done. There was an Atlantis too? I don't even remember the original Atlantis. Return of Jafar was technically straight to VHS? Really? I remember actually really liking Aladdin 2. Aladdin and the King of Thieves. Yeah, that's one that I haven't. Or that I did see. There's 2 more Beauty and the Beasts? What? There's a Pocahontas 2 even? Oh my god. I didn't know of most of these things. There's a Buzz Lightyear movie? Little Mermaid 2, I think I remembered watching. Hunchback and Cinderella. Tarzan and Jane? I think I remember that one. I think I remember watching 101 Dalmatians too. Lion King 1.5. Lion King 1, but with sassy commentary from Timon and Pumbaa. It's a very strange one. There was a Mulan 2. Even a Tarzan 2? What? I remember there was a Kronk's New Groove. I never actually watched that one. There's a Bambi 2. There's a Bamboy 2. Bambi 2. There's a Cinderella. There's a Cinderella 3. Oh no. Oh no, there's a Cinderella 3. There's a Fox and the Hound 2. Little Mermaid prequel, of all things. Bunch of Tinkerbell movies. A lot of Tinkerbell movies. Dang. Wow. Wow. That is quite the list. I'm sorry, I wasn't even reading chat at all during that because I was just looking at the Wikipedia. Summer TV series. Extremely Goofy movie is the only good thing. I remember watching the Goofy movies and not anything really from them. So many straight to VHS singles that I didn't know existed. Oh yeah, it's like Cinderella 3, like something about time travel. It's just like, what? Excuse? Better have made Bambi 2 for PS2. Well, on to the favorite scene. Honey, your grandma invited someone to celebrate our engagement. Who? China. Entirety of China outside the house. What? Oh my god, these movies. This are the sequels where I didn't even know the first existed. Like, what is Brother Bear? I think I remember Brother Bear existing. I don't think I ever watched it. Stepmom goes back in time to undo the marriage and keeps Cinderella trapped in the house for good. That would not surprise me to be the premise. The Aristocats do it. That I don't think I saw that on the list. I don't remember much of what happened in the original Aristocats, other than when the cats were playing the piano. That's all I remember. Cinderella one is something like that. The stepmom gets the fairy godmother's wand. Ah. How? Don't question. Small one of the pizza places had a kid-sized pizza that came with an animated movie to watch that you would later give back, and Brother Bear often appeared. Really? A pizza that comes with a DVD to watch that you return. Interesting. That is just a fascinating concept to me. Might be more trusting in the Netherlands than America. Because if you did that in America, that shit is never returned. Mostly because people would be like, oh, there's a thing that just came with it, so I assume they just give it to us, not as something expected to ever be brought back. They know who loaned their DVD, right? Kinda? Depends on how they would manage it. Because my head's just thinking like kids meal. Like a kids meal at McDonald's where they give you a toy with it. And be like, eventually you have to bring the toy back. Listen, the wand is heavy. You saw how heavy it is. She lifts it up with literally just like 2 things and has like a pinky out. It's heavy. I was ordering pizza. It was not a pizza place. Like Papa Murphy's? Or at the very least, that's the US one where it's take and bake. You order a pizza, you go get the pizza, but or they prep the pizza for you, but you cook it at home. But still, I don't know. Yeah, it would have to be like delivery only. I have no idea. That's it. You can order there, but you don't eat it in the building. Yeah, then that would match Papa Murphy's style. Nah, Little Caesar. Well, I suppose it could be pre-made or pre-cooked pizzas where you just walk in, grab the pizza, and get the hell out of there. Yeah, that's fair. A lot of pizza places nowadays don't have dining areas. Stepmother uses the wand to make the prince think that the redhead daughter of Cinderella and Anastasia eventually realizes that it's not her life to live and tells the prince that it was Cinderella and then Anastasia made her big. Interesting. Five. Is that a thing that happens in Cinderella too? The OGs? What? I don't remember crows eating out anyone's eyes in the original Cinderella. Oh, like the Grimm Tales. Like the actual fairy tale that Disney stole to then make a building or make a movie out of. Sounds like good pizza. A lot better than the pizza that was brought in. A lot better than the pizza that was brought in Wednesday to work. Just too thick. It was dry. Once you got to the crust, it was just like, yeah, this sure is pizza, I guess. It's like nothing special. Just kind of bland. I'm like literally like I had pizza Wednesday at work. I had frozen pizza when I got back from work, and I was like, I like the frozen pizza better. Toppers tonight. Nice. I got toppers on my birthday. And I reaffirmed what I thought basically what I already knew. Toppers pizza is okay. The fucking topper sticks, though. They're good shit. Literally just cheesy garlic bread, but the sauce, their marinara sauce is really good. Their actual pizza, though, is alright. Cinnamon topper sticks. Probably too much sugar for me nowadays, but I'm sure if I had it in college, I would have loved those. Mother literally cut off a piece of heel from one of the daughters so her foot would fit in the glass shoe. Oh, good. Don't you love the fairy tales, or the original fairy tales, where they just like to get a little fucked up every now and again? Oh, if it was like younger Tom, I think Pizza Hut had a similar thing. Like Pizza Hut had like cinnamon sticks or whatever that you could dip into like frosting. young Tom would just eat those. The amount of sugar I digested growing up is baffling to me nowadays. It's a brand called the New York Pizza, called the style New York style pizza for some reason, although it's not actually New York style though, almost the opposite. Is it thick crust? Because if it's thick crust, it's like, yeah, that's not New York style. New York likes it thin. I've never actually had authentic New York style pizza, but like, yeah, they're very much known for not having thick pizza there. It's very thick and floofy. Yeah, that's not New York at all. Now I just want more pizza. Now I just want more pizza, which is glad that I'm going grocery. So I'm glad that I'm going grocery shopping tomorrow because I want pizza. And now all this talk of it's not even thick and floofy, but now I just suddenly want thin and crispy. Yeah. Yeah. Thin crust is usually pretty crispy. But it's pretty good pizza. I mean, that's the most important thing. Now I suddenly just have a big hankering for Chicago style pizza, which is basically a literal pizza pie. God damn. The couple times that I've been to Chicago, fuck, it's so good. It is so much more than you'll ever really need, but it tastes so damn good. Shit, I got pizza droops down and everything falls, or if you don't use your second hand to lift up the tip. Chicago style is meant to you can't eat with your hands. Chicago style, you cannot eat with your hands. Correct. Like you eat that with a fork and knife. There's just too much. There's literally too much there. You cannot pick it up with your hand. Also, because some traditional Chicago style pizzas also serve it with the sauce on top. And that sauce be hot. Jon Stewart's pizza bit. Oh, I am assuming he's I'm assuming Jon Stewart is a heavy New Yorker and he's just like, fuck this deep dish shit. I don't think I've ever watched it. I don't care how it looks. It just looks like a pie with tomato sauce on top. But it tastes so damn good. Yeah, deep dish. It has all the exact same ingredients of a pizza. Just the quantity of toppings and sauce to crust is very different. Or the proportion is very different. I do not. Yeah, the proportion is just very different. Yeah, I would literally describe it as a pizza pie. It's just how much topping and sauce there is versus crust. But it tastes delicious. One of these days I should actually have New York style pizza. It'll probably be the time when when after all the pandemic is over, probably when I go and meet like K-Mac's parents. And then maybe if I'm up there and Liz is still there, then we could drive a while and maybe meet Liz. That'd be neat. And Liz can pat me on the head, just like she did with K-Mac. Because Liz is tall. Liz is very tall. K-Mac showed me a picture of when she met Liz back in April, March, I think. I don't know how tall she is, but probably at least 6 feet. She tall. I don't think I'll be able to find the picture. It'll be so high up. Pretty tall, indeed. Yeah, it would take me way too long to scroll back in time 9 months to find that picture. Stop taking pictures. Well, it's not the pictures. It's just that K-Mac and I text each other. Well, K-Mac is like the only one I text. So there's just a lot of messages. Keep jumping, being thrown back to not great time. I like the song. The Tarzan world can go fuck itself, though. It's a very... It's not a poorly designed world, but the forward progress path in that world is very unclear. So you're just like running around trying to be like, where the hell do I go now? And it feels pretty arbitrary. Yeah, Kingdom Hearts 1. It's just the forward progression of that world is awful. Verticality I'm fine with. It's just, yeah, it's a lot of arbitrary backtracking. Like, they make... You start off in the hut at the top, then you jump down the vines, you go to the encampment, then from the encampment you go to somewhere, then like you go back to the encampment, and then you go somewhere else, then you have to go to the other side of the map, and then you have to go back to the encampment, and then you have to climb the tree again, then go back all the way up to the hut, then you kill the black orb thingy in the middle of the tree, and then you go fight the final boss of the area. It is just a fucking mess of where you have to go, and they're not clear, like, at all where you're supposed to go. Atlantica was just frustrating just because, I don't know, the underwater controls never felt great to me. They're fine, but you, like, slowly drift up and slowly drift down. Although that one can also be a little bit confusing on what exactly you're supposed to do. Wonderland was the best world in 1. If you don't search hard for all the presents. It can still be confusing. that. It's just difficult to keep track because you're basically, a lot of the room doors are basically just teleporters. So it's difficult to keep track of them all in your mind when, like, it literally doesn't make logical sense how you're getting from one area to the next. Halloween Town's pretty good. It's the verticality of the tower kind of sucks though if you fall. Monstro is frustrating because literally all of the environments look the same. Which, I mean, is probably what they were going for, to have it confusing intestines of a freaking whale, but doesn't make it fun to travel through. I'm just trying to remember all the worlds now. Yeah, I think in my head, probably Kingdom Hearts 1 best world would be Halloween Town. I think. Yeah. Neverland was frustrating. The tight corridors in the camera don't work well. Didn't really get out to equip super jump, so I was stuck for a long time. Yeah. Because you have to equip it like a normal ability. Hi, Mark. Thanks for stopping by. Also, heck you. You. Mark QT of Uwooey. Shiny hunting shenanigans have I missed? Me running in circles and hatching a crap ton of larvatars. As far as today is concerned. As well as we had a very long discussion of straight to DVD / VHS Disney movies. So, hi. Okay, thank you for gifting a sub to Marquis. Appreciate it. Merry Chrysler. Merry Christmas. Just be a fucking shiny. God damn it. You have watched the video? It's like 5 seconds long. But yeah, I did see it. Mostly because a lot of people posted it in like Barry's meme channel on his Discord. Yes, you are. You're here. You're cute, and we all know it. Prove it. Don't make me look at the... Geez, that was from a long time ago. You sent a picture to K-Mac of you and a pup. Not gonna lie. You cute, though. Also, you still have a dope-ass name. Even though I know you said it was, you said it wasn't a dope ass name. I'm like, nah, your name's dope. Was ist das? Distraction. And he run. What's this distraction? Ah, I see. I see. Oh, Dr. Fat, he's digging up the dirt. Oh. It's a good one. Also, I think I'm gonna have to go to the bathroom here soon. Been having too many liquids. Maybe after the next hatches. Nope. It's already 5. Lava Tower will never be shiny for me, which is frustrating. Why shiny hunt so much? Because it's a channel point reward. That's why. And you know this. I already got you a shiny. I got you a shiny pep step. Two? What was the other one? Ah, that's right. The Sabo. I did forget about that one. Listen, I need to... just to double check that I'm screwing something up here. Okay. Come on, what? Had it highlighted. There we go. Breeding 2 Pokemon from different language versions, which is what I do have. So. It's what it should be. It should be fine. I don't be good at any speed or anything, but I have a future race in mind. I'd still lose that, but you have my attention, Caddy. Also, don't sell yourself short. Race to beat Fowler? We'd have to set a bunch of stipulations. Just to make sure we started off on even footing. Also, it would be a short race. New fire, what heat, what weapons, yeah. What aspects, yep. Yeah, we'd have to specify a lot of things to make it even. Don't have enough time to get more channel points. That's fine, because the shiny hunt is probably gonna be it's probably gonna not happen anytime soon. Or the shiny hunting cost is probably gonna stay at 150 for a while, because I want to not be shiny hunting all the time, or have it in the back of my mind that I should be shiny hunting. Like new game, fresh file. Fresh file, race to be dead. That would be rough. But it would be interesting. It would be very interesting to be like, new file hell mode is gonna, yeah. Also, just new file in general is gonna take a while, because I would be so accustomed to I'm so accustomed to all the benefits that I've had forever. I'd be like, how do you even play this game early on? Also, it would suck because I'd have to use the sword, which is the base sword, which is not my favorite weapon. I like the hidden aspect sword. I like the spellcasting sword. But base sword, I'm not. I would basically I would purchase the bow and go from there. And what starts at heat 5, and you don't get the buffer when you take a chunk of your total HP. So if you get smacked by some Drakons all at once, you just straight up die. Oh, good. It would take a while, but not, Final Fantasy 9 speedrun race length, or any of those games. Probably, at least. Probably. Because it would be the explicit goal is to win. Got to beat Hades 3 times in your Hellfire and quit. It's too hard with just a heckin' sword. Have a good football. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, it wouldn't be as long as Final Fantasy 9 race. I would hope. Since my knowledge with the game is pretty extensive, it should not take me as long to beat Hades for the first go around. It's gonna stink having like not all the sensibilities, but that would make it more entertaining. Because I would skip through all the dialogue and stuff like that, but I would have to because there would be things that would actually a 3-weapon race. I don't know. Get 3 weapons and then beat Falder. I would say just beating Falder would be criteria. Because I don't know, like if it was just a 3-weapon race, I'd feel like that'd be like an hour and a half is how long the race would be. Had all the weapons unlocked when I beat him for the first time. I think I did too. I think so. But yeah, like my head is like thinking along the lines of what do you trigger in the regular like storyline / quest line though? Because immediately what I'm thinking of is I want a lot of the other upgrades. um, like I want a lot of the like alternative mirror upgrades, not the base ones, but the ones you swap to. Not having all gods, especially the hammer right away. Oh yeah, it'll be very tough at the beginning. Skill and luck. You need the right boon combinations. Like if you want literally the fastest thing, if you really literally want the fastest time, or if you want to look at a fresh file speed run of Hades, it's one duo boon they go after, and that's it. If they don't get that duo boon, the run's basically dead, because it's just there's no weapon or there's no boon that's as fast as that, which is the Artemis and Ares duo boon, where hitting an opponent with a deflect move instantly activates the Doom charge. So you can hit proc Doom or stack Doom, proc it, stack Doom, proc it, like over and over and over and over and over. It is like the way to go. Like I don't think there's anything else. Also, yeah, your very first fresh save file always starts with Athena. Actually, it was Athena. Sorry, I said Artemis. I meant Athena. But yeah. So you get one half guaranteed. It's the other half that's more random. Because your other gods that you find are all random. Dionysus and Aphrodite. I forget what theirs does. Isn't it where if they're weak, you can stack up to 3 more stacks of poison? I want to say. Yeah. I forget what most of the dual boons are. I spent a long time away from the game. I also don't know what they've done for rebalancing, because I know they nerfed the bow while I was still playing the game. Even then, bow is still like my go-to. Got me. Twice. Got nerfed again? Heck. Hangover on gun attack and weak on gun rocket special and just built the shit. Yeah. That's what the gun attack is good at. Stacking stuff very quickly. 32 heat run down to like 10:45 in-game time. Unfortunately, I don't have a capture card to record, so it's just on research class. Still impressive. Haribo? Forget exactly which one is that. Or which one is that? I think what one's... I think mine... Karen's bow. Karen's bow is what I always ran with, I think. Where your primary attach spells to arrow. Yeah, I don't think I like that one. But then again, I never like used it after like fully upgrading. I really like aspect of Karen, where your primary fire marks the target, and then all your specials, all your special arrows lock on and hit that target. Still only unlock the hidden aspect of the spear. It takes a while to get all the others, because you need to meet certain criteria, and the criteria is basically unknown to you. You can kind of guess or lead to some of them, but yeah. And I think I liked the Rama bow for the one time I used it, and then I was just like, nah, just give me the aspect of Karen. Just give me my lock-on special, and I'm good. Because lock-on special, having critical hits from Artemis on your special, and you get the 2 Daedalus upgrades of your special fires more shots, and your special does more damage for each consecutive hit. So you just like start getting these massive crits from your specials, and it's just absurd. Ramabo with double arrow hammer slaps, throwing some Artemis, and got spicy ball. Yeah, double the big wave projectiles would be ridiculous. Terrible with Ares spell with almost all upgrades you could get. Ah, yeah. Having the whirling blades or whatever, I forget what they're called, blade vortexes. If you get a bunch of the upgrades for those, they're absurdly powerful. Where they just last forever. They do more damage the longer they stay on screen, and just starts doing absurd amounts of damage. There's so many ways that you can get very, very powerful builds. I guess? Sure, Greg? I don't know exactly what that entails, but I don't know. Fine. Poseidon's phone, I'm sorry. I remember the one run I did where I normally don't like a lot of the Poseidon boons. But I did get one that like your knockback effects do extra damage to bosses, and like I had that on a bow special or something like that, and had all of the good Daedalus upgrades for the special, and just shredded through Hades like none other. Like the fight lasted maybe 30 seconds for both phases. It was so fast. Were the opponent in any game I've played with Flash against you, so you, sir, have earned my respect in such regards. Well, thanks. Weird that you have to take that into a nemesis perspective, but maybe a friendly rivalry. Making a cutter fist so you can just push back and special them closer. They're just stunned through it all. I like putting Poseidon on the shield, because you're just a bully. On the shield basic attacks for Poseidon, you're just a bully. You're just launching enemies constantly against the wall, and stack a bunch of those things, and it's just like, just being a bully. Oh yeah, the spell sword is a lot of fun. Increase your cast damage. You can knock the things out of the... You can knock the charges out of the enemy with your special. Yeah, so good. You have to play the shield very differently than like any other weapon. It allows you to be super defensive and safe though. Because so long as you're facing the right direction with your shield up, you're not taking damage, period. All those hits don't count. Ten eggs. I like the shield, but not the base one. I think I agree, or I'm on the same wavelength as Juice with the shield. His aspect of Zeus. Just because there's so many different things that you can do with a shield that you throw out that's just constantly hurting enemies. There's so many mean things you can do with it. There's so many mean combinations. Time battles, just sit with this shield in the corner and hold mouse and just do nothing. But then you're not getting any gold rewards. The time battles are like, I try to kill a lot of enemies just to try and stack up more gold. But yeah, you literally can hide in the corner and just not do anything. Dionysus and Demeter. I can't go that high. Not without practice. Flower hold item is busted. Which one is that? Is that mommy's trinket? I forget. Mommy, yeah. Yeah, it is so ridiculous. Yeah, upgradable in every 4 rooms. It's so absurdly strong. But if we start with a fresh save file, you won't have that. Like it'll be actually very fascinating to see what you do with, or figure out a plan for who do you give nectar to, how do you try to progress storylines to maybe get some trinkets or things that would be very useful. Do you purposely go out of your way to get a few keys early to unlock the other mirror upgrades? There's a lot of interesting things you can do. Speed through runs to get step mod to unlock the other mirror aspect. Yeah. Shiny on stream of the year, yeah. Because next Saturday would be January 2021. So this is technically the last shiny on the year. Year ends in days, literally less than a week. Eight. Go brush your teeths. Also, speaking of teeth, now that I think about it, I'm just like, yeah, I would mainly give nectar to Skelly right away. Get Skelly's tooth. Help you survive longer. Also, I said I was going to go to the bathroom, and then I didn't. After the next hatch. This is my favorite DKC2 song. Love it so much. Sad news. Heck, what happened? Ninja Brian's pup passed away. Ah, heck. That stinks. Pup time. Now is not the time. That sucks. Sucks a boatload. Just thinking back on Forest Interlude. I think, what was the 8-Bit Music Theory video on David Wise? What was the segment on this about? It was the way that the intro to this song just has that constant loop of and that just is constant. It's like constant for like nearly the entire song. And how, like, if you're actually looking at the way it fits in the chord that's there, or the key that section is in, it like has a lot of very clashing notes, but because David Wise starts you off in a more comfortable place. You like expect it to happen and like just embrace it, and it's just a weird happening. It's good. Also, Snom Dance. This is the longest shiny hunt, not number of eggs, but how much time has passed since the first egg. Probably not. I think Dreepy was 800 some. I think Dreepy was... Well, yeah, but Dreepy was also a pseudo-legendary. Oh, how much time has passed since the first egg? Then yeah, probably over a month. Though, yeah, I literally didn't have shiny hunt streams for like a month, so that's in part just on my schedule. Don't get this, it will stream, then it will span 2 years. Technically, yes. Time is weird. Not really. Just the way we categorize it is. There's just a lot of weird technicalities you can do. Time is weirder when you think of general relativity. General relativity more than general relativity. Number 8, Hondo. Going near the speed of light, things get weird. Yeah. Also, just even the fact that satellites in orbit have to take into account the time dilation because they're moving significantly faster to stay in orbit. So they actually have to take in the time dilation into their clocks in order to keep them accurate. But yeah, I need to go to bed. So I can just rock out some turtles in time. Big Apple, 3 a.m. I wasn't pooping, peeing. Also, I got food gummy. So I was a bit hungry. Mm. Got in the bath? No. I didn't acquire the food gummy from the bathroom. Pooped in the kitchen. Estoy pooping. Maybe I should have gotten an apple instead. That way you could have some nice crunchy apple ASMR. Nope. Lowercase d. Capital P. First P is capital. Everything else is lowercase. There you go. Really? I heard that. Capital P, lowercase oop dance. Oop dance. It's with the proper intonation, right? Who's that? Oh, fuck you, Greg! Or something like that. You can tell that to Darren Korb for literally every soundtrack Darren Korb has composed. The fucking mad lad. So good. They didn't mean it. Apologize. Wait, no, it was Greg. Fuck you. Oh, that's interesting. So one thing didn't carry over to my Streamlabs client. um, I have no credits. I don't have my infinite stash of credits. Weirdly enough, in this Streamlabs preview version. Interesting. It's a preview version, so like it's old and it's not or it's reading some stuff, so it may not be reading all stuff. Or it may not be reading all of the information. So it's just like has me logged on as like, or it has me in Twitch as someone who's like not logged on, probably. But as far as like whose channel it's getting streamed to, it's mine. Interesting. But yeah, we're still good. There is no memory leak. Can't infinitely give yourself shinies to hunt. Not right now. I mean, if I hopped on to, if I went into my browser, I could. Yeah. Because my browser has me logged in. Where was I going? What was my head? I don't remember. Asking for a friend even though I know you don't have a solid idea. What's a shiny you'd like to hunt for yourself? I don't know. I mean, I'm already getting one, and that's the one that I asked K-Mac to, or I submitted a shiny hunt for K-Mac to do in her stream. And that's a shiny Metagross. Can't you lend me some points? I forget what the other ones I was considering as options for shinies from K-Mac when I was trying to figure out which one I wanted. A Honedge. A Honedge would be nice. Just because, goddamn, it's such a good shiny. Are you kidding me? You turn just the casual sword into a black blade with a red sharp bits. Just like, fuck yeah. It's just so good. It's just like, it very much matches the sensibilities of Young Tongue. Lots of combinations of black and red were my favorite color combinations growing up. Now I guess I'm more purple, but growing up it was like black, white, gray, and red. If you do a combination of those, I love that color scheme. What good I could do if I spread my wealth to the less fortunate? But it's all fake wealth. It's all a made-up currency in a streaming service. There is no way to share it. currency it's made of. Yeah, but this one functions in a one specific manner. You can't at the moment, unless you wanted to give someone access to your account to use credits that you accrued and only you accrued. That would be the only way you could use someone, or technically speaking, use someone else's channel points. With that, you could buy channel points. I would have to think through all the things that you could potentially have bad happen if you did that. My head's thinking it's rather innocuous, but I don't know. Channel points are also in a way loyalty rewards. Not loyalty rewards, but something like that. Only money for resets. What happened? What happened, Kenny? Also, I realized I'm probably a little bit hungry because I didn't have supper. Yeah. Heck. I can't quite see anything. Streamer should adjust the gains on channel points. I wish you could do that. Yeah. Mostly because I didn't like the change to the different tier subs gaining more channel points. I liked the specifically, you are a sub, you get more channel points. Now tier 1 is 20% more, I think tier 2 is 50% more, and tier 3 is a full double or a full 100% more. I would rather, if they were going to do that, to let you adjust it. To which I would just be like, yep, everyone, if you're subbed, you get 100, or you get 100%, or you get double channel points. Just because I don't know, I'm just not the biggest fan of the different sub tiers. Like, I understand it, and it makes sense in a vein where the higher tier subs get more of a percentage of the sub, I believe. The creator does. The ratio between Twitch and creator. The creator gets more for the higher tier subs, I believe. But I don't know. I'm just glad anyone subs at all. So I'm more than happy to just like front load everything onto tier 1. Because I'm just glad you're subbed. I'm glad you're here first and foremost. It's the most important. Or it's not the most important thing, but it's the thing I appreciate the most. Anything beyond that, I'm just like, you've already gone above and beyond. Just by doing more than being here. Back from jamming out to music. Trying progress? Well, I went to the bathroom, got some food gummy, and then we continued to farm, and still no shiny. Same for the shiny. Ever since points were a thing, well, not for a shiny at first, but the price moves up even before I get close, and my dream slowly fades before my eyes before. Yeah. I understand that. And it definitely stinks, the difference in time zone between Europe and US, because you definitely aren't able to watch at the majority of the times that I normally stream. But like it's just or I changed the price just because it's like, heck. Maybe we'll get a shiny next game. That's very fair. But like, yeah, for my sanity, I had to keep increasing the shiny hunt price. Because Because once I started having queues of like 5 shinies to get, it's just like, this is just my weekends now. I can't stream anything on the weekends except for shiny hunting because it's just progress that has to get made. Eric's nearly halfway to another shiny. $85.5K. Jeez. Heck. Yeah, it's still a long way to get to 150K, but I still have made almost little progress in the freaking queue that I had. I had a queue of 5 shinies like 3 months ago, and it's now a queue of 3. My shiny lock has been ass. Is there... I'm just trying to think of a silly situation. Is there a way that I could set a European-specific channel point requirement to recognize that the fact that most of Europe is already asleep by the time I start streaming? To be like, shiny hunt costs 20%. But Tom, VPN. I would literally, I'm just literally thinking of a scenario where I'm just like, I know Caddy wants to be around more, but isn't, and I'd be fine getting a shiny hunt for Candy. Like, very temporarily, just secretly be like, psst, hey, you want a shiny hunt on the down low? Dropping that price to 20K for 5 minutes. Get in or you'd fail. The consequences for getting so lucky and getting 4 shiny. It's literally just RNG, but that's what it is. Why can't all shiny sun streams be like that one time where you got like 2 or 3 shinies within an hour and had to find something else to do? I can't remember if that ever happened. That'll cost you 10 Hembliostros. That is a currency transfer. I did get the 4 shinies in one stream once, but my queue was also 5 back then, so I still streamed shiny hunting the entire time. It's just that I actually got to the end of my queue. I was on the final one by the time the stream ended. No, I didn't. I don't think I dropped it right then and there, but like in the week following or something like that, when the queue got low, I dropped the price again. Larvitar. It's only 9:30. Well, in Central Time Zone. I would say more F7R, but that's just because you haven't played that one. This makes the case price 300K, so Eric and Greg have something to do for like another year. Also, yeah, KH2 does have short chapters, so there's easy points to step out when you need to. FF7 you can save anywhere though. So like the only thing that would stop you from shutting down is cutscene. Asked who had the most points and dropped it to that, I remember it. Oh yeah, I think I did do that. I think I did do that. I think it was Juice who was the highest for that, if I remember correctly. Like I dropped it to like 75K and Juice had like 877K or something like that. And then I raised the shiny hunt price again. Or no, there was one stream where I did finish the shiny hunting queue, and then I did a quick survey of what people wanted to do, and I remember I shiny hunted to try and get Kamek a hidden ability score bunny, shiny hidden ability score bunny, and I did not get it. Kamek still doesn't have a shiny hidden ability score bunny, even though those would be actually very easy to get now. That's all you need is any shiny score bunny, and you can just give it an ability patch. I had 400 channels. No mods get more points or VIPs? No. It's just sub teams. Just sub teams. And I can't change that. She has the Dynite order to do it, right? She was doing the max raids for like a month straight. Yeah, she has plenty. She has plenty. She would just need a shiny score bunny, but she doesn't have one anymore. Because the one that she did get didn't have the hidden ability, so she gave it to Queen. So now it's Queen's shiny score bunny. Because that was well before we even knew that they were gonna add something in the DLC that literally just lets you get the hidden ability of a Pokemon. Even if it's expensive as hell, but it is attached primarily to the Dynamax adventures, which are a fun time. Get home to test out the new capture card. Get to finally entering a new streaming venture. Also, I have a slight edgy and shadowy obligation. Hell yeah. Something of the hedgehog variety. Finally got the hidden ability Rowlet, thanks to Queen, and the ability to change form. Changed from how it functioned in the last gen. Oh yeah, I remember you saying that. That's what it sounds like, Greg. Didn't take damage from the move, but now you do take. Yeah. Heck. It's spooky in here now. Hi, Viz. Thanks for stopping by. Thank you for the rate. You butt. How was the stream? How it be running around in circles and praying for a shiny that is not happening. We're at 175 this stream so far, and no shiny. And we are well above odds, so we are just getting destroyed by this dang Larvitar. But we're having a chill time, talking about stuff, chatted about straight to VHS/DVD Disney movies for a bit. Like Pumpkin Jack, super up my alley indie game made by like one dude. Nice. Sounds awesome. My holidays have been fine. I've honestly just used it as a time to say fuck anything and just do what I want for a few days. So in that regard, they've been fun. And a large chunk of that has honestly just been getting prepared for the Kingdom Hearts 2 randomizer race against Dan on Monday. Just to make sure I have everything set up and that I know what I'm doing. Thanks. It's gonna be a fun time. I think it'll be, honestly, a really tight race. Dan has a lot more of the immediate experience of running that rando than I do. It'll be a fun time. Very excited. And this time my audio shouldn't be garbage on Dan's end. Because Discord, I don't know what happened, but before my fancy mic just would not function on Discord and Streamlabs at the same time. It would just refuse. So I had nice audio on my stream, and then I unfortunately had like webcam audio for Dan's stream, which sucks. I feel bad about that. But then just for whatever reason, Streamlabs or something changed, because I didn't change anything, but it just decided to be like, no, we can do that now. You can have your fancy mic in Discord and Streamlabs now. I'm like, neat. Thanks. I wish that was the way it was always supposed to be. But so now that Dan should actually get good audio from me, which is nice. It's one of those things where it's just like, I like having my fancy audio, but it's something I literally had no control over. There's nothing I could do to fix the fact that Discord just was not agreeing with it. Not agreeing with it if I was also using it. Whatever. Yeah, it do. It do sometimes. So happy when Gam did the run. The first boss was Sephiroth and then Mickey T-Pose. That was amazing. That's honestly what got me to download and do a run of Kingdom Hearts 2 boss randomizer. was seeing that, which I ended up having very similar luck. What were like the first 4 bosses I encountered? There's instead of Sephiroth at the first boss, I got Roxas, which is like just as bad. And then I think what it was like Sephiroth, Roxas, Larxene, and Data Syx were the 4 first bosses I found in my boss randomizer. And I was just like, fuck, I can't do any of these places yet because they're too hard. But we did get to see a lot of people. It was super funny. I was just like, are you fucking kidding me? I don't think I beat a single boss that first Kingdom Hearts 2 rando run, or that first Kingdom Hearts 2 randomizer stream. I didn't beat any of them. And then when I actually tried to fight Larxene, she glitched underneath the map and couldn't fight her. Still surprised to this day that I was even able to finish that run. There's another boss that literally didn't load. The game just crashed whenever I entered that fight. Somehow I got all the things to finish and finished. Somehow. Also, hold on. We need to listen to Greg's favorite Barry line. Oh, I clicked on it. Wait for it.
Greg, fuck you! I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. But also, that's very frustrating.
Love it. She time traveled and made herself immortal, the ultimate pony. Yeah. I think Barry knew what he was getting into with letting or playing chat stages in Mario Maker. I'm just glad Barry actually ended up finishing mine after playing it like 6 months after I made the stage. We need 7. Color be shiny Larvitar. I think slightly more yellow. I don't know. He's on a level for like 20 minutes. Yeah, Greg's was just rude. Designing a Mario stage is, I don't know, surprisingly difficult. It's almost like level design is a difficult thing to do, and that game designers take a lot of time and experimentation to figure out what makes it feel good. It's very difficult. It's very difficult to flesh out, just be like, what is the thing I want the player to do / get to, or like, what is the mechanic behind it all? Now, how do I form it into a cohesive ramp of difficulty and teach the player my little gimmick? It's very tricky. It is, even just that basic thing is very tricky. I think I did a relatively good job with my tutorial, where you just have to grab the switch from underneath a thwomp at the beginning of my stage, because you can't hit the switch. If you hit this, if you hit a P switch, you die. Was my entire level gimmick. So I just set up a bunch of scenarios where P switches would get triggered if you did the wrong thing, or if you saw a P switch like within the way of a thwomp, it's like you had to get it out of there. And I think it was pretty good. I don't think it was great or outstanding, but I think it was a neat gimmick, and I saw it through to some ends. Made a level. I bet it would be pretty good as the full world instead of just one level. Made it before world spawns on. Yeah. Thinks that happened later. Hi, Toucans. Hi, Birdie. Thanks for stopping by. No! 120. Feathery chat? What do you mean? Oh, as in just Birdie. Greg's burb? Ah, I see. Birdie and Toucan's feather. I, for whatever reason, I'm just like, I didn't even think of Toucan the burb. And now I'm tempted to get Fruit Loops. I do need to get cereal tomorrow, so. Like the level concept, it was there were multiple problems with an easy seeming solution, but you would need to kill something to solve it. If you did that, you would be sent to hell and die. Oh, good. Need to find a peaceful solution to get. Do you need a... Hold on. No, I can't even do it from there.
That's all
Greg.
there is. There isn't anymore. Or is there?
How about Gregante? Greganananant. Oh, come on, Shiny. You can do it. Also, is Viz still here? I have a feeling Viz would appreciate this song. There we go. There's that last one. Because I know Viz do enjoy that their Mega Man Legends series. Okay. Try to get the shiny in like the next 7 minutes. That would be great. I can try. I have been trying. Literally. RNG is just not kind to me. Retweeted a Mega Man agent recently where the legends got cropped out by Twitter. Yeah, I saw that. They were the ones driving the car with all the Mega Mans up above it in the back. And then Twitter just cropped out the people driving the car. Just like, neat. Just no respect. No respect. Whatever happened to Red Ash? What happened to Red Ash? Red Ash was gonna be a game using the Mighty Number 9 characters, but it was a game fashioned in the Mega Man Legends style. What happened to that? Yeah. It was a Kickstarter. And it was also a Kickstarter that eventually got a publishing deal before the Kickstarter was over. So then it was just like, what the fuck is the Kickstarter for then? You literally just found a publisher that's going to pay for this. Or guess Mighty Number 9 happened to it. Possibly, yeah. I don't even know what happened to the Kickstarter, because basically once they announced that they were already getting published, I'm like, I am not... I want just the game. They were bought out by another company. Really? So is the game just not happening anymore? But yeah, basically, I Kickstarter backed it right away, even though I had the Kickstarter had some red flags in it. Basically said, and then they got a published deal, and I'm just like, yeah, I'm not gonna kickstart for the DLC. I just want the game, which is already happening. But yeah, their Kickstarter was also weirdly structured. Like, weirdly, as in like poorly structured. I backed it anyway because I'm like, I want another one. Red flag number 1 uses things from Mighty Number 9. This was before the game, before Mighty Number 9 came out. We were a lot more hopeful back then. They were being funded by Fuse Entertainment, but they were bought by Level 5 and adopted their name. Ah, interesting. Yeah, it was before Mighty Number 9 came out. Speaking of Megan. Level 5 specifically does a bunch of Yokai Watch games in Nino. Yeah. Games that I haven't played. The games that I haven't played in Yokai Watch, and the game that I should play probably in Nino Kuni. Now that they've been bought out, I'm just curious that the project is just dead. It would make sense if it was dead. I think that Kickstarter was like 2015, 2016. I want to say. I know it was before Mighty Number 9's release, for sure. The only game they released since was a mobile game in 2019, and that was shut down in less than a year. Oh, good. So yeah, I think it's dead. I think the project's dead. Egg batch, I'll watch, and then I'll have it. Well, just hoping it'll happen just before you head to snooze. Hopefully this smooth jam gets me a shine. Yeah, Jesus Christ, Caddy. Go to bed. Although, I know you and Chair brought it up in the Guns of Icarus stream real quick. But does the Netherlands like literally just have the last 2 months or 2 weeks of the year literally just off for like almost everyone? Red Ash got an anime short? I think that was a part of the Kickstarter or a separate Kickstarter that spun off of that. Did the anime short release? Have school and the vacation incorporates Christmas. Yeah, but like Chair even mentioned that. Maybe Chair just took vacation for the last 2 weeks of the year. Which, I mean, is a common thing to even do in the US. Because if I took 6 days off this year, or if I had 6 vacation days and used them for the last 2 weeks of this year, I would have 2 weeks off. Depends where. Okay. I thought it may have been just a Netherlands specific thing where the government's just like, nope, everyone needs a break. We're gonna get things functioning to a minimum. And everyone just chill the fuck out for 2 weeks. Japan's animator training project. It was like a 24-minute movie, the same project that developed Little Witch Academia and Death Notes. Ah. That probably depends where, yeah. That and all food. Yeah, I mean, there would have to still be people working. That's why I said minimal and not no one works. That's what it's meant to do, Zach. That's why. Peak time of year for the job I just took, so I need to figure out how to use my PTO during. Yeah. Yeah, figuring out how to use your paid time off is always a tricky thing. It was always something that was just weird for me. Even just being in engineering. It's just like when does it feel appropriate for me to even be gone for even a day? 'Cause it just doesn't get done. So good night, Duck. Cat. Thanks for hanging out. Get your butt to sleep. But it's actually become pretty common for like a lot of people engine engineering to end up that way, where they just end up having way too much paid time off, and then literally just get to the case is just like, okay, for the entire summer, I'm just not working Fridays. I had a manager that did that. The entire summer, he's just like, yeah, I'm not working Fridays. I have paid time off to get rid of, so no more Fridays for 3 months. Death Pillars was later made into Death Parade. Basically, 2 people have their memories wiped and are made to complete the game. Ah, interesting. Yeah, I think I watched a little bit of Death Parade. I don't think I enjoyed the... I thought the premise was really neat, but then I think when I started watching it, it just didn't grip me. You know? I think I gave it this 3-episode rule and tagged out. Just didn't grip me enough. God damn it, Larvitar. It's only 12 episodes. Yeah, I know. And it didn't grip me enough to watch the remaining. And this... I don't know. It may have just been a time and a place for when I was watching it. I say that even though K-Mac and I literally watched... I would honestly call it an anime trash. It wasn't that great of an anime, but I was curious enough. I was intrigued enough to see it through. And we enjoyed it, even though it pretty much objectively wasn't that great of an anime. Or was... it would be tough to call it... Or it would be fine to call it good. It wasn't great. It wasn't, like, atrocious. It was just... okay. What was it? I know it was Demon King. No. What was the name? Fuck. I gotta open up Chronicle. There's too many ones with things to do. What? The Misfit of Demon King Academy. Misfit of Demon King Academy is what it was. The premise of it is there was a like this omnipotent demon lord that died 2,000 years ago, and there's just been like training demons waiting for either their successor or the rebirth of the demon lord. And it follows the person who literally is the reincarnated demon lord being like overpowered as shit. And it is an interesting premise, and it's just like it just is not executed terribly well, and like they go real fast at the end. Like, if they had it in 2 seasons, it would have been much better paced. And but it was just like, this is an okay anime, and just the premise was intriguing, and some of the characters just were weird or just interesting enough that I wanted to keep watching. Mostly just to see what kind of overpowered situations the Demon Lord gets into. Oh shit. Oh shit. Smash Bros. Also, yeah. Like, yeah, in the literal first episode, the demon lord like kills a person just by having his heart beat. Or the demon lord's heart beats so strongly that it like brings people to their knees. Mario, look out! I'm not sure if it would be considered a parody or not. I haven't watched enough of those types of anime. But anime trash is definitely the good definition. And yeah, it just gets so absurd. It gets so absurd, and just like a lot of the stuff just doesn't make sense some of the time. And it's just like, okay, fine, whatever, moving on. Sword Art Online is my trash of choice. Sekire? Does Tid? What is Sekire? Is that the one where it's like... Wasn't there like a... What was it? Isn't it like there was like an anime made of the sport that not sport, but of the mini game in like the Dead or Alive volleyball one, where they're like on floaties in the water and they have to butt bounce each other into the water. Wasn't there an anime made about that? Yes, that exists. I can't remember what it's called either. It's a superhero anime where a bunch of women just fucking fight each other to the death for a territory of the city. I haven't watched it. Like, in part because the DLC came out and a lot of our K-Mac and I's anime dates turn into Dynamax raid or Dynamax adventure dates instead. But we started watching my teen romantic comedy Snafu. And I really like the first 2 episodes, and I want to keep watching more. It is very rom-com, but it's actually really funny. One way, you know, because I can sing whatever part comes to mind in whatever order, and it sounds right. Yeah. Keijo. Yeah. That was it. That was it. But yeah, then we haven't watched much anime recently because just because busy plus Dynamax raid dates, and then it'll be even more difficult once next year starts because a lot of great shows are getting new seasons early next year, and I can't fucking wait. Sekide is more of anime girl Pokemon, but hey, girls still fight to the death. Also, yeah, gamer. That's kind of what I heard about Keijo. Is that it's just like it's actually kind of good, a fun time if you can. Actually, I don't even know. I don't even know how far they went with fan service because I have not looked at it beyond just the premise. Played the demo of Final Fantasy VII when it came out and watched a lot of people streaming when it came out. Finally playing FF7 for myself because it still feels surreal. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, shoot. I need to make my games I played this year spreadsheet. I need to do that. Because I like having a wrap up and not being like, this is the order of games I like. It's just like, nah, these are the games I played. I absolutely adored, loved, liked, or didn't click with me. And that was it. I like sorting it into that. Just to be like a year in review. Definitely more of an over-the-top action anime hidden in a loop premise. Ah. So that actually does sound actually pretty good. Kinda like Kill la Kill. I would assume not quite as much as, or no. I would expect it just to not be like a trigger anime though. In part because I think at this point I've probably talked about it too much. Is that I just really haven't. I don't think I've watched a trigger anime that I've enjoyed. Tried Gurren Lagann, tried Kill la Kill, and just neither of them clicked with me. Although I don't really know what else Trigger has done, so there's probably some shows that I have watched. Promare? I have not. It's a movie, but I think it slaps. I have watched almost no anime movies. Like, I've watched like the Bleach movies back when I was watching Bleach, the Dragon Ball Z movies, and I watched Princess Mononoke and Howl's Moving Castle, but I was way back in high school, and I don't think I could properly appreciate Howl's Moving Castle at the time. But that's it for like anime movies I've seen, which is just a large hole in my anime watching experience. Cause what was the big anime movie? Not big anime, but anime movie that came out that like everyone like loved the hell out of? Was it Your Name? I think it was called. I wanted to see that one. Kiesniver is Trigger and it's pretty good. I have heard of that one, but I haven't watched it. Heck. Lord Hobby Box, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Come on! Oh my god, Larvitar. Heck you. This is ridiculous. What happens when you're in December 26th next year? No shiny Larvitar. No! Don't say such things. A part of me in the back of my mind is just like, does it check that the language, that one of the languages of the Pokemon that I'm breeding matches the language of my Switch? Or does it just care that they are two different languages? That's the only thing that, like, in the back of my mind is actually concerning me. Because this is the first time I'm breeding neither of the Pokemon are English. It's just if they're two different languages. Good. Because it's a Japanese Tyranitar with a German, you know. Check next anime season. I think 7 shows I want to watch are just sequels. Yeah. I forget what 3... Oh yeah, it's... I don't know if it's next season, but next year. No! Put the Ditto back. Shit, did I not? There we go. Put your Switch in Spanish, we'll find out. Well, Spanish wouldn't match any of the other ones that I have. What next year is what? Promised Neverland, My Hero Academia, and Iruma-kun, I believe, all have new seasons next year. Beastars? I have not watched Beastars. So heck, foot cramp. How dare? Tapping my feet too much. I have to catch up on anime I haven't been watching over like weeks. I still have a large queue in Crunchyroll. Crunchyroll is still the only anime streaming service I have. So there's some anime that I want to watch for sure that I just haven't gotten around to because they're not on Crunchyroll. Because like the two that spring to mind is Violet Evergarden on Netflix and Maiden Abyss, which is high dive. Those are the two that come to mind where I'm just like, I really want to watch these. While you're watching ReZero. Oh my god, ReZero is having more. ReZero. How did I put this? ReZero reincarnated as a slime. Promised Neverland, World Trigger, Log Horizon, Nanatsu no Taizai, and Dr. Stone. I don't know. Like all the other ones I've heard of, I don't know about Nanatsu no Taizai. But ReZero. Oh, 7 Deadly Sins. Okay. Then I do know that one. ReZero, I'm just like, a part of me is just like, this isn't that good of an anime. It's just really compelling. Like, a lot of the characters just aren't great. and stuff like that. But the way the story is structured and things like that makes me fascinated to see how things turn out and how people react. It's just like the premise is just super compelling to me that I keep watching it, even though I'm just like, it's something about it is just like, but I still keep watching it anyway. Forced yourself to watch like 16 episodes on it. I just got tired of watching the main character be a dick, be depressed, and get kicked around by life. Yeah, the first half or like the first like 13 episodes of ReZero, the main character is literally an insufferable douchebag. Like, he is a fucking asshole. And it is not enjoyable to watch the main protagonist of a show literally just be a terrible human being. But again, something about the premise just kept me watching, and when it initially was showing, I was watching it episode to episode or on a week to week basis. And then as time went on and the more I thought about it, I'm just like, this show, like, it was so exciting and fascinating at the time, but the more you keep looking back on it, it's just like it just doesn't age. And you just like, the more you think about it, the more it's just like, versus like, I don't know, like, I don't know what I guess that because like at the time they kind of came out in a similar time frame. Erased, I look back on and I think I remember Erased being good, and if I watched Erased again, I would still be fascinated by it. Versus I could not watch old episodes of ReZero, and I just out of like almost morbid curiosity at this point, I want to keep watching ReZero just because the structure and way of storytelling is compelling enough to me to keep watching it, even though honestly I'm like, had so much progress until it didn't. The MC started out okay, it seemed to get better, then just dies into even worse person somehow. Yeah, no, like, he's not a terrible shitbag anymore, or not as much, but he's still not a great person. Also, yeah, if you don't like seeing a main protagonist like literally have a multitude of mental breakdowns, especially with what happened in the last 12 episodes, you will not enjoy ReZero. I can tell you that, because just the basic premise of what happened recently is, or the basic premise is that it's an isekai where the guy went to a fantasy world that he can't leave, but also he has a weird ability that if he dies, he basically goes back to a checkpoint in the world, where then he can change the actions. You can change his actions and change the outcome, and then make it to the next checkpoint, in which if he dies, he goes back to that. Except the deaths are literal and very incredibly brutal. And now is a certain situation where enough people are fucking with him and have a semblance of his capabilities that like literally the last 8 episodes have all been at the exact same checkpoint, where there's like no good ending that he could possibly ever arrive at. Something will fail and people will die that he cares about. And he will probably keep trying an infinite number of times to make it so that that's not the case. But yeah, it was one death where he got eaten by rabbits. Was that the same series? Yes. That one was just like out of nowhere and like, okay. I was like expecting, because he just comes across a rabbit in a snowy wasteland, and I'm just like, that rabbit's gonna kill him. I can guarantee it. And then the rabbit turned into multiple rabbits, and they just tear him apart. Yeah, again, I don't honestly recommend anyone watch ReZero. It's just like something, it's just compelling enough for me to keep watching, but like, yeah. That's my mood for it, is eh. Also, it's weirdly harem-like. For, like, no real reason. Like, at all. Like, he's not a good person. And some of the girls are just, like, fawning over him. And it's just like, why? He's a shitbag. One of the characters, especially, one of the maids that people fawn over so much, is just like, there is no reason, like, at all, really, that she loves him so much. But she does. It's like, okay. I haven't watched TV and anime in like 7 years. That's also fair. You enjoy the types of entertainment that you enjoy. I haven't watched regular TV probably that same amount of time. And by regular TV, I mean, like, I guess you could say like anything live action. I guess. It's like when Game of Thrones and like all those big series and stuff like that were happening, I just didn't watch any of it. Watching Sibu clearly chase the wrong person instead of just letting himself be with a better girl anyway. Yeah. He's just a heck. Crazy Phil, thank you for that follow. Also well. Don't know anything past like 16 or whatever, so maybe Amelia gets better or Rem gets worse or other shenanigans. Rem is the one where I'm just like, she's like fawning over him for like no real reason. Amelia is just kind of there-ish. Her character is still really not fleshed out that well, as far as I can really place. I'll shoot you how many eggs do I have too many eggs, don't I? Ah! Perfect. Perfect amount of eggs. Fastest way to get the shiny charm? Well, the only way to get it is to get all 400 Pokemon in the base game. So, complete the base game Pokedex. Also, yeah, find someone who is willing to to sit down with you for a few hours and trade you off the Pokemon. Otherwise, just it's complete the deck. It's not really a super fast way to do it. Just hunt the Pokemon. Could hack them in if you wanted to. Yeah, there's If there was a fancy method, that'd be neat, but no, it's just complete the dex. Complete the dex and then talk to the go to the room that has like that's like the stand-in for the game devs. And they'll give you a shiny charm. Also, yeah, if you have other Pokemon games that have matching Pokemon, you could trade them to home and then trade them from home into Sword. Come on, Larvitar. Or Larvitar. I always refer to them from their maximum evolution. Oops. Why was I on Pokemon? Oh, nice. 2 Final Fantasy 9 or 8 songs in a row. Boom, 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 boom. Fastest shiny to get without a shiny charm. Shiny is just based on Pokemon ID compared to player ID, which Pokemon ID is an unknown stat or an unknown thing you can't look at it. Literally everything has the exact same shiny odds. The only way you can increase your shiny odds is with shiny charm or with Masuda method. Masuda method egg hunting, which is you get Pokemon from 2 different languages to breed together, and those have a significantly higher increased odds of shiny. So that's the method I'm doing. I have the shiny charm, and I'm breeding a Japanese Tyranitar with a German Ditto. So that gets me a shiny odd of 1 in 512 with every single hatch. Without that, if you don't have the shiny charm and you're not using the different language breeding, it's like 1 in 2,000 something. I think shiny charm cuts the just regular shiny odds down to like 1 in 1,000 ish. And then Masuda method, which is what this method is called, cuts that down another half, I believe. So I would have to look up the actual numbers, but I think that's the case. Also, if you don't want to hunt eggs and instead you want to fight Pokemon, your shiny odds with a single Pokemon increase with every single time you defeat one in the wild. I don't think it's with each one, but it's like if you defeat 100, it's then increased. Then you defeat 200, it's increased. And I think it peaks at 500. Or if you want a very small pool of shiny Pokemon to get, the latest DLC, the Crown Tundra, has the Dynamax Adventures. And if you don't have the shiny charm in those, every Pokemon you catch in there has a 1 in 300 odds of being a shiny. If you do have the shiny charm, it's 1 in 100 odds. I've gotten a decent chunk of shinies. Unfortunately, you literally don't get to choose which ones you're specifically going for. It's a lot of random generation from a limited pool of Pokemon. So, but I got, what shinies did I get from Dynamax Adventure? I got shiny Pangoro, shiny Lilligant, shiny Jigglypuff, and shiny Vaporeon from Dynamax Adventures. Yeah, shiny Lilligant's a pretty good one. Some bright yellows instead of greens. I'm just a little bit jealous, even though K-Mac has put in so much damn time into Dynamax Adventures to try and get shiny legendaries. Some of K-Mac's shiny legendaries are great. Pretty much just, or the one that I also wish I had is a shiny Pheromosa. Just a very good shiny. Color is it? Pheromosa is basically pure white normally, but basically the parts that would be like dress-like in their stature are black. So it looks like the Pheromosa is wearing a black dress. It's real neat. Oop. Come on, you jerk. Be shiny. Can't believe it wasn't shiny on 888. Again, almost as if it's entirely random number generated. And my luck has just been ass. Heck numbers. What have they ever done for us? Except for provide us a way to calculate things. To quantify and calculate things. A little bit important because of that, but other than that, heck, don't need it. Also, it's just such a slow pace. Really, at almost 4 hours, and we've only got 200. Wait, no, 250. Never mind. I was just gonna say if it took us 2 hours to get 200, that would be or 4 hours to get 200, that would be really slow. No, it's 250. Still really slow, but better. So we can get about what? 80? No. 70 would be 280 in 4 hours. It's like 65, 70 per hour. Versus the like 80, 85 per hour that you can get with normal hatching rate pokes. Instead of these dang pseudo legendary eggs. I'm curious what my odds are at now, or what my overall shiny hunting luck is at now. Imagine if Flame Body didn't decrease the step count. Yeah. I'm glad that that's also a thing. Steam Engine also does it. There's some ability that that you can roughly translate to incubation of eggs. God dang it, come on. I think we'll probably end up hitting 1,000 tonight. Yeah, 105 more eggs. That's doable. Yeah, 105 eggs should be doable within 2 hours. And that's an excellent stopping point. Is at 1,000 eggs. Made the mistake of reclining all the way in Mr. Carnage. You're stuck there now. There's no leaving. Take a nap at an extremely late time at night, aka just sleep. Yeah, a nap. An 8-hour-long nap. The West Coast. Oh. Just thinking of SpongeBob made me think of something that I saw in the meme parlor in Barry's Discord. Someone took a snapshot of just like, I found this Wi-Fi nearby, and the Wi-Fi's name was, is this the Krusty Krab? And then so just like, for the password I put in, no, this is Patrick, and I got it. I was like, excellent. Excellent. Got to be part of the in-group to get in, which the in-group is to know SpongeBob. Old SpongeBob. Oh, baby! You look awful. I hate you. This thing looks awful. Ugh. 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 Don't like the way that looks. Shiny Tyranitar's wrong. I know. Shiny Tyranitar's not that great. Finally, though. Jeez. There it be. Greg, do you want this shiny or is it mine? No, you want it? Okay. Actually, this is perfect. I only have one more batch of these to go through. While I'm going through them, I can set up the next shiny. Left that one out to ripen. Just a bit too. Wow, Juice. Can't believe you'd capture the thing that I said and still agree with. No, don't want it. Take Pokemon. Take you. Nope. Just to double check the name for the next one in queue. It is. Shoot, what's the smaller version of this? Maura? I believe. Maura. Just Maura or a Maura? Maura. Like so. Nice, even 900 hit them. Yeah. Let's grab. Sec here. Leave. Dang, I'm gonna have to start the position back here too. You. Here. there. Average is there. Average is now 519. We are now above odds average. Hooray! Thanks specifically to the last 3 shiny hunts. Love it. Let's see this. This. Oh. You up. Okay. Amara's gonna take 28. So I wish. Heck. Ready? Okay, connected to internets. Nope, wrong button. Link tray. No! Fuck. Forgot how to do any of these. Link code. Same as always. It's a searching for a Gurg. I hope I get Amara quick. Mostly because I know K-Mac wants it. There's a Gurg. Here, you can have this lad. Good. Thanks. You got another now there's just a third shiny Larvitar. Yes, a third. Cause don't you still have yours? Oh, you're giving me yours? Now it feels too personal. Now it feels too personal. I want it. That was never even a thing that I in agreement. This is literally nothing that I agreed upon. You're just like, if whoever beats this gets it. I mean, I appreciate it, but I'm confused. As with every time you trade me something, Greg. Well, yeah, you have a new one now. What it... Thanks for the Master Ball, though. At some point, when, like, the next game comes out, I need to... Yeah, Master Balls are easy now. Start a new game, force your way, or get far enough to go to the Crown Tundra, and then just lose the fight to Peony, and then just go into town. And or no, you have to do one Dynamax adventure, I think, and then you go into town and just get the Master Ball. Shoot. Go here. Well, do an adventure, get a level 65 Pokemon too. Yeah. You want to speedrun Pokemon Sword now that the DLC is out? Don't have to worry about leveling or nothing. Just find the first Pokemon, lose the rest of the Dynamax adventure, take your one victory Pokemon, and carry it to victory. Yeah. The DLC already kind of broke some things. But the fact that they force you to do a Dynamax adventure and it's automatically at level 65 is just like, whoops. Now I'm curious if the speedrun.com leaderboards have changed at all with that. Actually, I haven't looked. Level 70 if you keep the legendary. I don't think they'd go that far. If it was a speedrun, I'd say they would win one fight. Win the first fight of the raid, lose intentionally by like attacking teammates on the second part. And then just keep that one. And go finish the rest of the game. Better hope you get a ghost Pokemon with Curse then. Or, I don't know, something. I don't know. It depends on how determined you are to get the shiny. For me at the moment, it's not even an act of time for any percent is actually faster than any percent with DLC. By a couple minutes. Interesting. I'm curious. I would assume they would have to put the DLC run or have to specify. They would have to have them in separate categories. But yeah, I'm curious. I'm curious how they go about it. Two weeks ago. Oops. Come on. Show me the run. Okay, so they literally do that. So they took Trevenant. They took Trevenant, then they purposefully lost the second match. And just apparently just plowed through the game with Trevenant. Actually, no, Hitmontop. Or Hitmonchan. How did they get Hitmonchan out of there? How did they get Hitmonchan? They fight another? Wasn't paying close enough attention. They did. Okay, they did two fights. They did two fights to get to Hitmonchan. Interesting. Curious why specifically they went with Hitmonchan. I would have to listen to it. Been submitting runs for less than a month compared to 11 months for the 80%. Yeah. Because to be honest, the regular run doesn't waste a whole lot of time. Like the big time savings is just the fact that you're not having to worry about move management. Or not having to worry much about move management and level up management and XX accuracies and stuff like that. You're already like way overpowered for literally everything. But yeah, to be honest, like as when Pokemon speedruns go, they're just going. Like they're not exactly taking much in the way of detours. Yeah, the time savings is almost entirely just the fact that the fights take a little bit shorter every single time because you're one-shotting everything. But as far as the route goes, like the speedrun is not going out of its way, like at all. It's just like, what is the minimum amount of things we can do to finish this run? And we'll manage our Pokemon somehow to be able to get us there. Which is exactly what they do. I forget exactly which is the current. I forget what the shield route is and what the sword route is. I think sword route is just Sobble, and you just use Inteleon the entire time. And I think shield is you start with Scorbunny, but you don't actually use it. You end up picking up a Growlithe very early on and instantly evolve it into Arcanine. You have that carry you until you eventually get an Excadrill. And then you use that until you get the legendary, and then you use the legendary in the final fight. Old Pokemon games to see any percent versus glitch stats. Yeah! Seeing glitchless times is just always ridiculous. It's because like, oh yeah, those games can be so broken. Versus playing them the intended way. Not intended, but well, I suppose. For the most part. All right. First try. First try. Damn. But they're baby. I love them. I love them a lot. They're very good. Gold specifically, it's 3 hours and 13 minutes versus 8 minutes and 4 seconds. Jeez. Gotta love the glitch. 40 seconds. So glad not to be looking at Larvatars anymore. What was it? GDQ had the all-female event a couple months back. They did a Pokemon Black run, I believe. And that was just super fascinating to watch. Yeah, Fleet Fatales. Which is an awesome event. I like watching those runs a lot. But a few fascinating things about Pokemon Black and White. The initial RNG is set on a per cartridge basis, I believe. So literally every single individual cartridge, the initial trying to figure out the starting time to try to like force like a perfect IV or good enough IV Pokemon is different for every single speedrun of it, because you have to figure it out on a per cart basis. So every single person has to figure out exactly, or has to trial and error their way to figure out what's the appropriate time to get the Pokemon that they want. And also, that the primary Pokemon used in the run that they did is a Stoutland. I was just like, a normal type being your primary Pokemon in a speedrun? Fascinating. But that's actually how they ran it. Stoutland is, I was honestly considering, it can learn a lot. It's actually got good stats. I was actually trying to figure out if I could do a competitive Stoutland at this point. But a large part of it is also because apparently Black and White is a little overtuned with experience. Like, they give you a lot of experience in general, and then like they give you a lucky egg very early on. So if you run with one Pokemon, you can just overpower that Pokemon very easily. But it still blew me away that Stoutland was the Pokemon that was selected. Oh, the speedrun. The speedrun. But again, a large part of that may have just been the lucky egg. Black and White is super grindy if done right. Interesting. Well, they give you a lucky egg early on, and I guess with the speedrun, it's just like, well, that just means we get like 50% more XP, and for the single Pokemon we use, so ha. Feature, if your Pokemon's level is higher than the one you're fighting, the XP you get scales down. I think only ones in the series that have something. Really? I thought this gen had something similar. I don't think it downgrades your XP, but I think it increases your XP if your Pokemon is way below the level you're fighting. I don't recall. I think that's just from casual observation. I didn't really look too deeply at that though. Watch a few people do challenge Pokemon runs. They won't do Gen 5 anymore because of how hard it is to do single Pokemon challenge runs with the amount of grinding needed. Depends on which Pokemon you use. It's like I said, the speedrun is just they get what not I don't remember the grass Pokemon's name. In Gen 5. Oh, like baby Pokemon. Just gonna say, if it's just single Pokemon, then you can manage it. But if you're like forcing yourself to use a really bad Pokemon, then yeah. Snivy, that's it. Yeah. Gens 1-4 did not have that. If you fought a level 30 wild Growlithe, you would get the same XP Pokemon as level 199. Yeah. told me I would get it stream. I mean, you're right, but you also, I think, said it the last 2 times I was shiny hunting the Larvitar, so... You say it every time and it'll be a right eventually. Hydrate? Once the next egg hatch. You got it. Good hydration. I wanted to stay at 86.9k. It's one way to do it. I think we'll get to 100 tomorrow. No, quits for the night. Should be doable. Should be able to get that within an hour. I said no such thing, son. Fell asleep listening to Deer during the subathon, and I had dreams about Deer being 2B in my amalgamation of the near world. It was weird. Excellent. Also, yes, Gam is 2B. If you've seen Deer's art, Gam is 2B. Deer's art that I believe Sargoto commissioned. Because why not? Most expensive gig I've ever financed. I don't know. At this point, Sarah, I think you put a lot of time into a lot of back and forth $1 increases to the Guns of Icarus payback gag. It's possible. It is possible. Oh no. Don't take. Oh. Forgot to disconnect. And I'm pretty sure I saw Queen was still doing Pokemon stuff. Because I think at this point, Queen has played about 3 games in terms of my recollection this year. Or that Queen has played and talked about a bunch. It's either Pokemon, Animal Crossing, or Spiritfarer. increase the price was the realistic shadows to really get the oil on the bun right. Good. Shading is hard. Barry might break if I give him $5 more for guns and pickers. He'd probably just be like, enough, I'm refunding the money. Stop. I think the one callback during the Guns of Icarus stream is where the comedy peaks. When I took the third spot on his donor list, he came while I was rating and gifted me the difference in bits that I went over. Again, is it third spot technically when the top two spots are the same person? I don't even remember where I'm at anymore. Probably at like 10. Mostly because I've had to constantly save up money instead of being in a more steady place. In part, entirely on me and my future plan. You're joking about wanting the top 30. But you kept throwing hammies like every stream. They add up real fast. Why do you think I'm on there? Like literally when Barry first started and I was starting to get more entrenched in the community, I would literally say hello on stream with a hammy, basically. And that was like consistent for multiple months. 6 eggs. Having to be tax return month, so Spooky went fucking ham. Yeah, Spooky can do that from time to time. That's also fair, son. And I would absolutely be doing more if I wasn't in a constant state of saving. Well, yeah, but like my future plans is like I want to move halfway across the country and that may or may not come with a job. And the last time it happened, it took a while to get a job. So yeah. I was on the playlist because I went through Super Mario Sunshine soundtrack, and I couldn't resist. Yeah, it's just the regular Delfino Plaza theme. We can have the actual one. We can have the sweet release of the rhythm actually joining. I in part, the reason why I added it to this playlist is like for future Tom. Like when like multiple years down the line and I still haven't really adjusted the playlist at all. It'll just randomly pop on and be the endless intro version. And I'll just laugh to myself. It's a future Gotham to future Tom. Like the Delfino Plaza version where it's just the wind up. It really messes with people's minds. In part is shit, I want to try. Cause it's not just that it's wind up, it's that it's literally a part of the music that's intended to move forward and onto the next part, and it just doesn't move forward. Eventually the playlist is going to be long enough that it's just an extremely rare Gotham. It already is a rare Gotham. This playlist is 1,980 songs. The fact that I got it on the first day is absurd. It's more than 4 days of music is the stream playlist. Puzzle Plank Galaxy never going anywhere. If I knew anything about Super Mario Galaxy music, I would know more. Yeah, what's the musical term? No, I can't think of the musical term. One more. Cause I forget what there's like. Is it the mode of music? Or damn, I'm trying to think back to 8-Bit Music Theory's Chrono Trigger video. There's 3 modes that a piece can be in. Is like there's the build up, like there's just like this is fine and it feels at ease on its own. Then there's one that feels like it's leaning towards changing into something. And then there's one that's the release from that. Oh, then it's not mode then. Yeah, it's not Dorian, Phrygian, Ionian. Yeah, it's not modes. Because it's like tonic, It's tonic, something, and something are the three things that I think. I can't remember their names and what they're called. I just know it from 8-Bit Music Theory's Chrono Trigger. But it's the one that's like constantly feeling like it needs to go somewhere. It needs to resolve to something. It's just like slightly unbalanced on its own that it needs to resolve to something. Like it needs, like it wants. It's not tonic, super tonic, and skeleton. It just feels like it's unbalanced and wants to resolve to something more stable, and it just never does. It stays right there forever. And some people's like, I can't handle this. It like causes anxiety, the fact that it's constantly in that state of tension. And hold on, we have a new song to play. This is like when you're stuck in where the game's waiting for for you to press confirm on the text box to keep things moving, but it just won't change until you let it. And because I don't actually know how it's supposed to resolve to, this is perfectly fine for me to listen to. And then it breaks down. Or then it goes. So I stopped being a music ed education major 1 year. The Delfino one is like you're losing balance and just never fall. Yeah. Yeah, that one is just like this, like I said, is like this is like the music loop when you're just talking to an NPC and they're expecting you to just, you know, move on to the next text box, but you're just waiting there. Or you went to the bathroom when it's just on loop. It's like that one feels fine on its own. Yeah, Delfino Faz is just like, you have to resolve sometime. Just resolve. And it just won't. Refuses. You know how the original goes since it's really good. So I want it to hit so I can groove. That's just endless anticipation. Endless What, huh? They, Tom. They. Also, yes, Sar. Also patient. It was like the best anticipation joke I could come up with, just saying hey. And then you just said they. Nailed it. Absolutely. Heck. Internet, why? I need to email Streamlabs as soon as this is over. Because we have not had any memory leak whatsoever this entire stream using a previous version of Streamlabs. Which feels nice for once. To not have to look over every 30 minutes or so to just see my Streamlabs program just go blank. 10 seconds. You just posting Crab Please just made me think, like, if I had Monster Cat Gold, whatever it's called, I could literally play Crab Ray and not have to worry about the copyright claim. But I'd honestly just rather continue to listen to video game music because I love video game music. Ever do decide to stream, you'll be doing that? Monster Cat or video game soundtracks? Assume Monster Cat based on the phrasing of the sentence, but could be taken either way. like Monster Cat stuff and not having to worry about DMCA or whatever would be nice. Yeah. Not wrong. Not wrong. Also, yeah, they do have good stuff there. It's just that honestly, for the most part, like when I want to, the majority of the time when I want to listen to music, I honestly just put on a playlist like this. Except with like other game soundtracks that that are copyright potential and stuff like that. Like the majority of the songs that I have are honestly are honestly video game soundtracks. I just love game soundtracks a lot. Part nostalgia and part I just like composition and stuff like that. or I like the way that video game soundtracks can be composed to elicit an emotion, to elicit a feeling, to sometimes just be chill grooves. Just a very wide variety within literally just game soundtrack. And the majority of it tends to hit my sensibilities. Though one could say my sensibility is video games. And you wouldn't be wrong. At some point, I should probably try listening to maybe like download Pandora or something again and make a playlist there to be like, I like some of these artists from back in the day. What's the newer equivalent? Not equivalent. What's been happening in this style of music since I have stopped listening to the majority of it like 5 years ago. But it's getting to the new year, and every new year I go through this entire playlist, or not this entire playlist, all of my music, and look at the artists that I know I don't keep track of anymore, and look them up to see if they've released any other albums in the past year. I do this every year. And to see if I think it would be worthwhile to purchase whatever new stuff they put out. Like there's some artists where I'm just like, I have to purchase it just because of either respect for the artist or respect for how much they meant to me at a certain period in time of my life. Like Dream Theater has been much more hit or miss recently with some of their recent albums. I really enjoyed their latest one, but the last two before then I was pretty meh on. But like out of respect for Dream Theater, I'm just like, I have to. Like, there was a good 4 years or 4 or 5 years where the majority of what I listened to was just the Dream Theater albums over and over again. Just absolutely loved their style. So different than anything I had listened to before, and absolutely captivated me. It's better to listen to older music that has stood the test of time. It depends. Sometimes it's nice sometimes to be on the forefront of things, to be like, what new things are happening? What are new styles and stuff that have opened up? New artists that have taken a different take on things. That maybe they'll only be a one album band or something like that, but it'll be a heck of an album. But yeah, I just end up not, just because when I want to listen to music, I'm like, I get all my new music from just listening to game soundtracks. Because constantly there's new games that are coming out, and they all have different composers and very different ways of interpreting the type of music that they want to have for their game. Also, shit, I wasn't supposed to be doing bridge runs for those. Hopefully I get 5 minutes. Because I'm trying to even think back to to game soundtracks that I've purchased because I played them this year. Ori and the Will of the Wisps, Final Fantasy VII Remake. I'm not sure if I got it this year, even though the game came out last year. But the Cadence of Hyrule OST. Oh, sweet. I need to look at Super Meat Boy Forever OST. Find myself for that. I'm curious. Anodyne 2. That game didn't technically come out this year, but played it for the first time this year. And the soundtrack was fascinating. This soundtrack from last year with Dicey Dungeons. It's like I get exposed to a very wide variety of musical stylings, and it's from just game soundtracks that are very, very stylistically different from each other, that warrant very different compositional manners. Then again, there are genres that are not quite as covered, even though they're structured. They can be structured very similar in video games. I'd be curious what other types of house music have arisen, because I know I love progressive house as a genre of electronic music. Love the hell out of a lot of Deadmau5's stuff, which I mean is very well suited for video games, to be honest, because it's all very layered. It's all adding a layer, letting that play out for like 8 bars, then adding another layer to it for 8 bars, adding another layer to it, and just having a slow build and construction and deconstruction of the song. Something about the way it's done really syncs up with me. Awesome. Like, I didn't get to chat along with the family while I was doing a quick video chat with them yesterday. But a few years back, when the Super Nintendo Classic came out, I bought one, I bought 2 of them, neither of them for me, because I have so many ways to play those games. But I bought one for my brother and I bought one for my sister to potentially play the games that we grew up, and they can play them with their kids. I'm not sure my sister has played too much of it, or tried to play it at all with her kids, but my brother has been playing some with his son. And he was talking about them playing Super Mario RPG together, and they're actually kind of near the end of the game, where my brother does like the overworld movement and then lets lets his son do the actual battles. Of the SNES classes your mom left here. And Famicom Classic. Nice. Going to try play through Final Fantasy 3 on that. Heh. Why is it funny? Just because it's called Final Fantasy 3, even though it's Final Fantasy 6. The first line in the game is basically that you're falling into a pit. Oh, and you actually mean the legitimate Final Fantasy 3. They actually, in the Famicom Classic, they added the original Final Fantasy 3. Interesting pick, if so. I'd find it to show you the game. Yes. That's interesting. I mean, Final Fantasy would be a classic just because of it being the first one. 3 is a stranger choice, though. I mean, I guess for being the one that added the job system. But, like, I don't know. 95% of the games are fully playable without aim and read. Final Fantasy 3 is not so. DS remake, which I think I got near the end. I think I played a little bit of it in the mobile port of the DS remake. I think is technically what it was. But I remember there being just frustrating moments where, not frustrating, but like at the time I was bugged by it, probably because I was like not really paying close attention. But there were many moments where it's just like you have to have people in your class that are this, or you have to have people in your party be this class for these areas. Otherwise, it's like you're not doing damage. And I do know the awfulness of Final Fantasy 3. That is its final dungeon. In the original release, the final dungeon is a giant tower with a crap ton of floors and very powerful regular enemies and quite a few bosses before the final one. There are 0 save points in it. If you fail there, you go back to the beginning. And it could be like hours that you literally just lost. Like I've seen a bunch of Final Fantasy relays where they play through like a crap ton of Final Fantasy games in a row. And Final Fantasy 3 just like can just like make one team fall behind by like an hour if the final dungeon just doesn't decide to agree. As well as the final boss of the game has one attack in the original release, and it's a wave that hits your entire party, and it does a crap ton of damage, and that's it. That's its only move. And yeah, like it's literally a DPS race, like as literal of a DPS race as it is. Like you have to kill it before it can kill you, or you have to like keep constantly healing your party because it's only doing one thing. It's like, this is an awful final boss. Especially if you're not, or if you've been barely making your way through the tower and just like, finally, I made it to the final boss. I think I can do it. And then it's just like, no, you're not high enough level. You'll die in 2 of these flare waves. Goodbye. Final Fantasy 3 needs to be our next race. Fuck that. I have no interest in playing that. The earliest ones that I would go back to is maybe 4, 5, and 6, but I just don't know them terribly well. Have a sage and a ninja in your party to not have to grind with. The tower would give you a shot. You had plenty of shots to catch up in Final Fantasy VII, but you kept not saving. Like a dangus. You gain the 20 seconds it took to save, and then you lose the 20 minutes because you didn't save. And Final Fantasy IX was just unfortunate. That one wasn't a stubbornness. That one was a big ol' oops. FF91 still hurts. We could do another FF9 race if you want it. To have a more even bout. Why you haven't went to try to finish it is because you want to do it. You want to try again. No, because it hurt. Don't go back to the punishment. So kill those stupid cons. You did. Missing a menu from the speedrun guide hurts a lot. Ugh. Love that bass. Plenty of room still. 35 more eggs. Oh, yeah, we still have plenty of room. Should be fine. Ugh. That bass. Ah, it slaps. It was one of the things that I also really appreciated from quite a few of the songs of, or not quite a few, but a few of the songs from Sword and Shield soundtrack. It's just a bass that didn't need to slap so hard, but I'm glad it did. It depends on the situation and how it's used. I like a multitude of instruments. It all just depends on how they get utilized. How they get utilized, what's the focus on them, etc., etc. I don't I don't really have much in the way of like favorite instruments. Like, I think in general, like I would say my favorite instrument to listen to is piano. But like other than that, I'm just like, how are you utilizing these instruments is more important to me than just the instrument. So. However, original issue I was having is maybe past. Nice. We'll be still live for a bit. Still got like 20 minutes maybe. Ukulele de Chocobo. Are we gonna get it nice, Amara? Nice. Damn it. I tried. One of these days, Chinese. One of these days. We had what, like 12 chance or like 14 chances to get a shiny nice today. But it just didn't agree. So I have 22. So 8. 8. 7 more. And then bridge runs to close it out. Six. Or if SAR's still around, if you really want to test our patience and our mettle, have a Final Fantasy Tactics race. I would have to very directly follow a speedrun guide for that, because fuck. Actually, no, that one would be very complicated to follow. Grinding for how long on which classes. It's not a super long game. It's fucking hard. It's not meant to be like it's not even meant to be like played through the main storyline without doing too many optional fights. Like just playing through the story, like going beat for beat, is very, very difficult until you get to a certain character that you get late game or like 2/3 of the way through the game, and then that character is overpowered as fuck. It is a very weirdly balanced game. Outside. Thanks for stopping by. Shining the 69th egg. I think I already have more than... Yeah, I've already hatched more than 69 total eggs. Oh, so close. In terms of total shinies or total eggs hatched, the shiny Yamper I got for Chen was 6,469. So close. 200 off. Any percent for tactics only has 15 submissions in English and 2 in Japanese. It depends on what you mean by any percent. Those G tactics are any percent. No math, there's math. There is a class in the game that you can get called the Mathematician that uses an enemy's, like, the turn order is like actually like very speed based. So like you have each character has a point total from like 0 to 100, and it just like keeps adding a certain amount every single time something happens. And based on that number, mathematicians can hit enemies that have like a multiple of 5 or whatever from anywhere on the map. Just like every single enemy or whatever with that number divisible by a number will get hit. And that's manipulatable. A lot of the fights in Final Fantasy Tactics can end by taking out a boss or a like commander unit, basically. So basically, like the turn would just start. They would do a little bit of prep and then just instantly kill the enemy from across the map. I would expect it to be not run very often. It seems like a very rough run, and a lot of it. So there's any percent. There's like any percent glitchless, and then there's any percent like no maths. Because there is a very easy way you can glitch the game. Normally you accrue experience and you also accrue job points in game. Experience is just like your character's level. Shit, I have two extra eggs. Fuck. That's fine. But like while you're selecting job upgrades, you can like select something and then just like keep scrolling even though you have something selected and purchase something more expensive than what you were supposed to, and then it underflows, so then you have like not infinite but like way more job points than you could ever have any use for. So you can max out any job as soon as you get it. Versus like versus glitchless is like not doing that. Which just requires a large chunk of grinding, in that in that game grinding is very, very easy to do. It's easy and it's dumb. There's literally an ability for your base unit to throw rocks. They do very little damage, they're inaccurate, but you can do it. And it's an action that gives you experience and job points every time you do it. So literally, like, you leave one enemy wounded so that they retreat off into a corner, and then you never finish them off. So you just sit huddled in your little square, throwing rocks at each other to get experience and job points. It's very, very silly. But again, yeah, it does not seem like that would be something that many people would. One, it's an RPG. Two, it's a very weird RPG to try to route a speedrun through. Going for max level, basically. It's different than my strategy. My strategy playing the game growing up was the monk class for grinding. The monk class has a self-buff ability that you can get. And that self-buff ability gives you experience and job points for whatever reason if you use it. So you just go into a corner and just keep buffing yourself for hours. You just keep getting more XP and job points. Man, what do we do now? It's been cowering in fear for 5 hours. Keep throwing rocks, damn it. But like, even though not many people have speedrun Final Fantasy Tactics, I'm glad they have, because it's just so fascinating to see it done that way. Because it is just so very different than how you would ever play casually, and you can see how many things are like so obscenely broken for a variety of reasons. Oh wait, what? Okay, I did. Don't think you've played a lot of tactics games. Well, I mean, I would include, I would just call it a tactical RPG. In which case, if you played Fire Emblem, you played tactical RPGs. But like the other early versions of tactical RPGs were Tactics Ogre and Tactics Ogre. What's it called? I can't remember what it's called. Shining Force? I think Shining Force is also tactical RPG. For the old ones. Nowadays, the primary ones are Fire Emblem, Disgaea, XCOM. Yeah, that's why it was springing to mind. I'm like, Shining Force. Pig's playing. Ones you can think of for Fire Emblems and Yu Yu Hakusho Tactics. There's a Yu Yu Hakusho Tactics game. Fascinating. Bypass your gateway with router, but we have DNS. Hooray! Just have to go around the internet. Just go around your ISP, then you can have your internet. Based around the tournament arc, and I'm remembering. Neat. Thirty game titles pre-installed. Can slot Famicom game cartridge and download. Atlantis no Nazu, Balloon Fight, Castlevania Donkey Kong, Double Dragon 2, The Revenge, Downtown Neketsu. Well, you copied a lot early on. It got cut off because it's too many characters. Still might not be everything, but Atlantis no Natsu, Balloon Fight, Castlevania Donkey Kong, Double Dragon 2, The Revenge, Downtown Neketsuko, Koshinkyo Soriyuki Daion Dokai, Dr. Mario Excite Bike, Final Fantasy 3, Galaga, Ghosts and Goblins 3, Ice Climbers, Kirby's Adventure, Mario Bros, Mario Open Golf, Mega Man 2, Metroid, Ninja Gaiden, Pac-Man, River City Ransom, Solomon's Key, Super C, Super Mario Bros. 3, Super Mario Bros. 2, Super Mario Bros. 3, Legend of Zelda, Supari Uzumo, Ye Kanku, and Zelda 2. That's right, I forgot that the NES Classic has 30 titles and 4 of them are Mario. I would I wouldn't get it. Or at the time it was like super neat that this was coming out, but then I was just like, oh yeah, I don't have a lot of nostalgia and can't really go back to play many NES games. It's just it's just the era before I got into before I got into games, and it's where the majority of game design was arcade game design. Like there's some games I think I would probably be able to go back on the NES and enjoy. I would honestly think I would enjoy the original Castlevania. But like a lot of that, it was just like, man, I don't know. I have no nostalgia for it, and the game play / style tends to be a bit too simplistic. I would be able to play some of the Mega Man games, stuff like that, but for the most part, it's just like SNES and on is kind of where my bread and butter lies. Punch Out, yeah, Punch Out. Punch Out seems like that would age very, very well. Well, yeah, I mean, obviously, like the big hits would be fine to go back and play. Mario 3. but there's still many that I kind of wouldn't, or the majority I still wouldn't. But like, I like can't even really like go back and play through Zelda. Says it's too esoteric. I guess this would be the way to describe it. It's just like you kind of just mess around and figure out what you figure out, but like so much is like you bomb here. How would you figure it out? I don't know. In order to get into Dungeon 8, you need to burn a tree that's blocking a path that is secretly the entrance there. And there's no real defining feature or reason why you would really have to burn that tree. But that's it. That's the entrance. Well, I mean, like, it's fine that it can be like open and exploratory and stuff like that, because like even though you have one item, you still can't go everything. You can't go everywhere. So like your options are limited. But when it's your way forward is something that's not hinted to, and you could literally burn like every single tree in the game if you so desired. Like, I don't know of any reason why that specifically would be your way forward. But like starting off like going and get the sword and like trying to do stuff, like your options are limited. You're eventually going to find your way into a dungeon. But some of the late game stuff is just like, how would you ever even be able to know this? I have no idea where this would have been hinted to or anything. I know there are hints. Yeah, but one. Yeah. Also, some of them are liars. Some of them are poorly translated, so it's difficult to determine exactly where you're supposed to go. And some of the ones in caves are you literally bomb a random wall. There's no indication on that wall that it's bombable, and it's just like, cool, I'm just gonna get bombs and just start tossing them all around all over the place. Like it's neat. It's very much of the era of Reese's show off culture. Not culture, but like that era of just be like, dude, I went over in this area, I found a secret area by blowing up a wall and got this item. It's like this sort of communal gameplay and knowledge base, because it was just so obscure as to what you were actually supposed to do. It's the era of flexing those Nintendo Power subs. That too. My dad works at Nintendo. And this is gonna be it for tonight. I think this is 100, if I didn't count too fast. Okay. No double shiny today. Curses. But 101. I can't leave it on a weird number. I can't leave it on a weird number, even though I do have extra eggs. Just can't leave it on a weird number. did get a shiny today. I'm glad for that, at the very least. But yeah, that's gonna be it for me stream for today. That too sucks. But yeah, thank you so much everyone for hanging out. Update on my numbers. I've hatched nearly 10,500 eggs. Or I passed 10,000 eggs with Larvitar. Total hatched this year. Because of all this dang shiny hunting that I've done, which is a lot. It's a lot. But yeah, that's the last shiny hunt for the year. Which, I mean, next Saturday I'll probably be another shiny hunt, but this is how many shiny hunts this year? Let me go to my VODs. Okay, so I did 2 shiny hunt streams before at the end of 2019. Those were like the squirrel hunting streams. So if I take so this will be our 30th shiny hunt stream this year. Is this stream, or not 30th this year, it's the 30th total shiny hunt stream I've done. And so 28 shiny hunts. Absurd. Yeah. So much everyone for hanging out on this strange journey of running in circles and hanging out. But yeah, I will be back on Monday, and I'll be back on Monday. There'll be time finally for that ding dang race against Dan in Kingdom Hearts 2 randomizer, and I am excited. I think it'll be a good one. It'll be a close one probably. Yeah. Let's see. Gonna be normal stream time or sometime earlier for this? No, it'll probably be normal stream time. I should probably set that in stone with Dan. It'll probably be normal stream time. Cause yeah, it shouldn't take more than 4 hours. Yeah, it should only take about 4 hours max. Because, like, 4 hours is like you did every single check the game has. Or at the very least with, like, kind of the pace that I've been going with things. If it takes longer than that, it's like, it's fine, I'll just do it. Yeah. Let's see. Whom should we say hi to? I have a Weena, a Tria, and a Bat. I want to say hi to Tria and Bath, but also Rena's doing a Super Mario Galaxy speedrun. You gotta support Weena. She's gonna get her name right next to Barry and Dan on the leaderboard. But yeah. Yeah, I'm glad to do stuff today. Although, like, literally, like, when Dan was doing, like, runs, like, maybe a month ago, I was considered tossing out there. Then he did stuff with Gam, and I'm just like, nah, he probably doesn't want to do stuff. And then, like, he just like offhandedly is. I think I just a random tweet one day. He's just like, hey, if anyone wants to do anything with me, I kind of really like having these co-op streams or stuff like that, and like, you could have another random race. So we doing it. But yeah, thanks again so much, everyone, for hanging out. I appreciate it. I hope you all have a wonderful night. And let's go eat some love on over to Reed. All right, goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye.